Section 16 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 2. Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Death, Preparation 4. Make peace with God, for you must die. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. They have said their prayers, and they stay for death. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 2. If it, death, be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. 'Tis a vile thing to die when men are unprepared and look not for it. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 2. Men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither. Ripeness, readiness, is all. King Lear, Act 5, Scene 2. He's not prepared for death? Shall we serve heaven with less respect than we do minister to our gross selves? Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unannaled. No reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. If you bethink yourself of any crime, unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heaven forfend, I would not kill thy soul. Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. I have hope to live, and am prepared to die. Be absolute for death. Either death or life shall thereby be the sweeter. Reason thus with life. If I do lose thee, I do lose a thing that none but fools would keep. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. God Almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil. They are our outward consciences, and preachers to us all, admonishing that we should dress ourselves fairly for our end. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Cowards die many times before their death. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. My frail mortality to know itself, and by those fearful objects to prepare this body, like to them, to what I must. For death remembered should be like a mirror, who tells us life's but breath, to trust it, error. I'll make my will then, and as sick men do, who know the world, see heaven, but feeling woe. Gripe not at earthly joys as erst they did. So I bequeath a happy peace to you, and all good men, as every prince should do. My riches to the earth from whence they came, but my unspotted fire of love to you. Thus, ready for the way of life or death, I wait the sharpest blow. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1. Every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and dying so, death is to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost, occupied, wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness, and to teach others how they should prepare. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Faithfulness, friendship, constancy. My heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man, but he was true to me. Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 5. Recall the good Camillo, whom I proclaim a man of truth, of mercy, and how his piety doth my deeds make the blacker. Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 2. With all my love I do commend me to you, and what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do, to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Love all, trust a few. Do wrong to none, be able for thine enemy, rather in power than use. And keep thy friend under thine own life's key. Be checked for silence, but never taxed for speech. What heaven more will that thee may furnish, and my prayers pluck down, fall on thy head. All's Well, Act 1, Scene 1. When he was poor, imprisoned, and in scarcity of friends, I cleared him with 5 talents. Greet him from me. Bid him suppose some good necessity touches his friend, which craves to be remembered with those 5 talents. Timon, Act 2, Scene 2. Since my dear soul was mistress of my choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has taken with equal thanks. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, aye, in my heart of heart, as I do thee. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities. Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 2. O heaven, were man but constant, he were perfect. That one error fills him with faults, makes him run through all sins. 2 Gentlemen, Act 5, Scene 4. I have trusted thee, Camillo, with all the nearest things to my heart, as well my chamber counsels, wherein, priest-like, thou hast cleansed my bosom. Winter's Tale, Act 1, Scene 2. Heaven bear witness, as if I have a conscience, let it sink me, even as the axe falls, if I be not faithful. The law I bear no malice for my death. It has done upon the premises but justice. But those that sought it, I could wish more Christians. Be what they will, I heartily forgive them. Yet let them look, they glory not in mischief, nor build their evils on the graves of great men. For then my guiltless blood must cry against them. For further life in this world I never hope, nor will I sue, although the king have mercies more than I dare make faults. You few that loved me, and dare be bold to weep for Buckingham, his noble friends and fellows, whom to leave is only bitter to him, only dying. Go with me like good angels to my end, and as the long divorce of steel falls on me, make of your prayers one sweet sacrifice, and lift my soul to heaven. Lead on, O God's name. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 1. Ceremony was but devised at first to set a gloss on faint deeds, hollow welcomes, recanting goodness, sorry ere't is shown. But where there is true friendship, there needs none. What need we have any friends, if we should ne'er have need of them? They were the most needless creatures living, should we ne'er have use for them, and would most resemble sweet instruments hung up in cases, that keep their sounds to themselves. Timon, Act 1, Scene 2. Falsehood, flattery, deceit. A quicksand of deceit. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 4. Flattery is the bellows blows up sin. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 2. One may smile and be a villain. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Oh, what may man within him hide, though angel on the outer side? Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. Ah, that deceit should steal such gentle shapes, and with a virtuous visor hide deep vice. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 2. These lies are like the father that begets them, gross as a mountain, open, palpable. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 4. Time shall unfold what plighted cunning hides, who covers faults, at last with shame derides. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 1. Oh, that man's ear should be to counsel deaf, but not to flattery. Timon, Act 1, Scene 2. His kisses are Judas's own children, and his kissing is as full of sanctity as the touch of holy bread. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 4. To lapse in fullness is sorer than to lie for need, and falsehood is worse in kings than beggars. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 6. Who, having unto truth by telling of it, made such a sinner of his memory to credit his own lie? The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. Now I think on't, they should be good men, their affairs as righteous, but all hoods make not monks. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 1. 'Tis sin to flatter. Good was little better. Good Gloucester and good Devil were alike, and both preposterous. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 6. Apparel vice like virtue's harbinger. Bear a fair presence, though your heart be tainted. Teach sin the carriage of a holy saint. Be secret false. Comedy of Errors, Act 3, Scene 2. Seems he a dove? His feathers are but borrowed, for he's disposed as the hateful raven. Is he a lamb? His skin is surely lent him, for he's inclined as is the ravenous wolf, who cannot steal a shape, that means deceit. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. The world is still deceived with ornament. In law, what plea so tainted and corrupt, but, being seasoned with a gracious voice, obscures the show of evil? In religion, what damned error, but some sober brow will bless it and approve it with a text, hiding the grossness with fair ornament? There is no vice so simple, but assumes some mark of virtue on his outward parts. Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 2. He was a man of an unbounded stomach, ever ranking himself with princes, one that by suggestion tied all the kingdom. Simony was fair play. His own opinion was his law. At the presence he would say untruths and be ever double, both in his words and meaning. He was never, but where he meant to ruin, pitiful. His promises were, as he then was, mighty, but his performance, as he is now, nothing. Of his own body he was ill, and gave the clergy ill example. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. Why, this is the world's soul, and just of the same piece is every flatterer's sport. Who can call him his friend that dips in the same dish? Timon, Act 3, Scene 2. The devil can cite scripture for his purpose. An evil soul producing holy witness is like a villain with a smiling cheek, a goodly apple rotten at the heart. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. divinity of hell. When devils will their blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows, as I do now. So I will turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Sweet prince, the untainted virtue of your years hath not yet dived into the world's deceit. No more can you distinguish of a man than of his outward show, which, God he knows, seldom or never jumpeth with the heart. Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looked not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them, and from such false friends. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 1. Thinkest thou I'll endanger my soul gratis? I myself sometimes, leaving the fear of heaven on the left hand, and hiding mine honor in my necessity, am fain to shuffle, to hedge, and to lurch. Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 2. The devil knew not what he did when he made man politic. He crossed himself by it. And I cannot think but in the end the villainies of man will set him clear. How fairly this lord strives to appear foul, takes virtuous copies to be wicked, like those that, under hot, ardent zeal, would set whole realms on fire. Of such a nature is his politic love. Timon, Act 3, Scene 3. O serpent heart hid with a flowering face, did ever dragon keep so fair a cave? Beautiful tyrant, fiend angelical, dove-feathered raven, wolvish ravening lamb, despised substance of divinest show, just opposite to what thou justly seemst, a damned saint, an honorable villain. O nature, what hadst thou to do in hell when thou didst pour the spirit of a fiend in mortal paradise of such sweet flesh? Was ever book containing such vile matter so fairly bound? Oh, that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous palace! There's no trust, no faith, no honesty in men, all perjured, all forsworn, all not, all dissemblers. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 2. Forgiveness, pardon. God forgive the sin of all those souls. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. If there be any such, heaven pardon him. Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. O God, forgive my sins and pardon thee. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 6. God forgive them that so much have swayed. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 2. Who by repentance is not satisfied is not of heaven. Two Gentlemen, Act 5, Scene 4. More needs she the divine than the physician. God, God, forgive us all. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1. Lady, you know no rules of charity, which renders good for bad, blessings for cursings. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. God pardon him, I do with all my heart, and yet no man, like he, doth grieve my heart. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 5. I do think that you might pardon him, and neither heaven nor man grieve at the mercy. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Ignominy and ransom and free pardon are of two houses. Lawful mercy is nothing kin to foul redemption. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. May one be pardoned and retain the offense? Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. Will heaven forgive him and forgive us all? Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. Some run from breaks of ice and answer none, and some condemned for a fault alone. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 1. Are you so gospel to pray for this good man and for his issue, whose heavy hand hath bowed you to the grave and beggared yours forever? Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 1. God be thanked for prevention, which I in sufferance heartily will rejoice, beseeching God and you to pardon me. God quit you in his mercy. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. I as free forgive you, as I would be forgiven. I forgive all. There cannot be those numberless offenses against me that I cannot take peace with. No black envy shall make my grave. Commend me to his grace. And if he speak of Buckingham, pray tell him you met him half in heaven. My vows and prayers yet are the king's, and till my soul forsake shall cry for blessings on him. May he live longer than I have time to tell his years. Ever beloved and loving may his rule be, and when old time shall lead him to his end, goodness and he fill up one monument. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 1. Duchess, a virtuous and Christian-like conclusion, to pray for them that have done scath to us. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. I rather do beseech you, pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, neglect the visitation of my friends. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 7. And if I were thy nurse, thy tongue to teach, pardon should be the first word of thy speech. I never longed to hear a word till now. Say, pardon, King. Let pity teach thee how. The word is short, but not so short as sweet. No word like pardon for kings' mouths so meet. Dost thou teach pardon, pardon to destroy? Ah, my sour husband, my hard-hearted lord, that sets the word itself against the word. Speak, pardon, as 'tis current in our land. Thine eye begins to speak, set thy tongue there, or in thy piteous heart plant thou thine ear, that hearing how our plaints and prayers do pierce, pity may move thee pardon to rehearse. I do not sue to stand. Pardon is all the suit I have in hand. Bolingbroke, I pardon him as God shall pardon me. Duchess, O happy vantage of a kneeling knee! Yet am I sick for fear. Speak it again. Twice saying pardon doth not pardon twain, but makes one pardon strong. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 3. God's attributes. By him that made me. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 4. By him that made us all. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 2. Great God, how just art thou! Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 1. This lies all within the will of God. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 2. So just is God to right the innocent. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. O upright, just, and true disposing God. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. Mercy is an attribute to God himself. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Eternal mover of the heavens. See Death. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 3. Or that the everlasting had not fixed. See Suicide. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. It is not so with him that all things knows. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 1. By the eternal God, whose name and power thou tremblest at. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 4. A greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our designs. Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene 3. God omnipotent is mustering in his clouds on our behalf. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 3. If powers divine behold our human actions, as they do. Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 2. God, our defense and help. In the great hand of God I stand. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 3. God befriend us, as our cause is just. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 1. God on our side, doubt not of victory. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 8. God and his angels guard your sacred throne. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 2. We are in God's hands, brother, not in theirs. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 6. The Lord protect him, for he's a good man. Jesu, bless him. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. Arm you heavens against these perjured kings, a widow cries. Be husband to me. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 8. The breath of worldly men cannot depose the deputy elected by the Lord. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. But as we under heaven are supreme head, so under him that great supremacy. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. All places that the eye of heaven visits are to a wise man ports and happy havens. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3. Let us be backed with God and with the seas which he hath given for fence impregnable. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 1. God knows how long it is I have to live, and it hath pleased him that 3 times today you have defended me from imminent death. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 3. Thou God of this vast, rebuke these surges which wash both heaven and hell, and thou that hast upon the winds command, bind them in brass. Pericles, Act 3, Scene 1. God our trust, not man. Give your cause to heaven. Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 3. Praised be God, and not our strength, for it. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 7. O momentary grace of mortal man, which we more hunt for than the grace of God. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 4. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally, long guard it yours. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. O Cromwell, Cromwell, had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 4. It is not so with him that all things knows, as 'tis with us that square our guess by shows. But most it is presumption in us, when the help of heaven we count the act of men. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 1. Gold, money, see wealth. All that glisters is not gold. Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 7. All gold and silver rather turn to dirt, as 'tis no better reckoned but of those who worship dirty gods. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 6. plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Armed in rags, a pygmy's straw doth pierce it. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. There is thy gold, worse poison to men's souls, doing more murder in this loathsome world than these poor compounds that thou mayest not sell. I sell thee poison, thou hast sold me none. Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene 1. Know'st thou not any whom corrupting gold would tempt unto a close exploit of death? Gold were as good as 20 orators, and will, no doubt, tempt him to anything. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 2. 'Tis gold which buys admittance, oft it does, yea, and makes Diana's rangers false themselves, yield up their deer to the stand o' the stealer. And 'tis gold which makes the true man killed and saves the thief. Nay, sometimes hangs both thief and true man. What can it not do and undo? Cymbeline, Act 2, Scene 3. Though you and all the kings of Christendom are led so grossly by this meddling priest, dreading the curse that money may buy out, and by the merit of vile gold, dross, dust, purchase corrupted pardon of a man, who in that sale sells pardon from himself. Though you and all the rest so grossly led this juggling witchcraft with revenue cherish, yet I alone do me oppose against the Pope, and count his friends my foes. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. What is here? Gold? Yellow, glittering, precious gold? Much of this will make, black, white, foul, fair, wrong, right, base, noble, old, young, coward, valiant. Why, this will buy your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless the accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee, and approbation with senators on the bench. Timon, Act 4, Scene 3. Grace before meat. Your soldiers use him as the grace for meat, their talk at table, and their thanks at end. Coriolanus, Act 4, Scene 7. Grace thou wilt have none, no, by my troth, not so much as will serve to be a prologue to an egg and butter. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. Will you give thanks, sweet Kate, or else shall I? Taming of the Shrew, Act 4, Scene 1. While Grace is saying, hood mine eyes thus with my hat, and sigh and say, Amen. See Hypocrisy, Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 2. First Gentleman. There's not a soldier of us that, in the thanksgiving before meat, doth relish the petition well that prays for peace. Second Gentleman. I never heard any soldier dislike it. Lucio. I believe thee, for I think thou never wast where grace was said. Second Gentleman. No, a dozen times at least. First Gentleman. What, in meter? Lucio. In any proportion, or in any language. Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 2. Gratitude, ingratitude. Ingratitude, thou marble-hearted fiend. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 4. Ingratitude, more strong than traitors' arms. Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 4. O Lord that lends me life, lend me a heart replete with thankfulness. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. Filial ingratitude. Is it not as this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food to it? King Lear, Act 3, Scene 4. I hate ingratitude more in a man than lying, vainness, babbling, drunkenness, or any taint of vice. Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 4. Time hath my lord a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great-sized monster of ingratitude. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. The sin of my ingratitude even now was heavy on me. Thou art so far before that swiftest wing of recompense is slow to overtake thee. Would thou hadst less deserved, that the proportion both of thanks and payment might have been mine. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 4. God is much displeased that you take with unthankfulness his doing. In common worldly things 'tis called ungrateful, with dull unwillingness to repay a debt which with bounteous hand was kindly lent. Much more to be thus opposite with heaven, for it requires the royal debt it lent you. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 2. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, thou dost not bite so nigh as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp as friend remembered not. Song in As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Ingratitude is monstrous, and for the multitude to be ungrateful were to make a monster of the multitude. Coriolanus, Act 2, Scene 3. Heaven. O all ye host of heaven. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. He wisheth you in heaven. See Hell. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1. There's husbandry in heaven. Their candles are all out. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 1. My name be blotted from the book of life, and I from heaven banished. Richard I, Act 1, Scene 3. He wants nothing of a God but eternity, and a heaven to throne in. Coriolanus, Act 5, Scene 4. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. My soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 6. I here protest, in sight of heaven and by the hope I have of heavenly bliss. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 3. The poet's eye, in a fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven. Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 5, Scene 1. My husband is on earth, my faith in heaven. How shall that faith return again to earth, unless that husband send it me from heaven? Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 5. Fare you well. Hereafter, in a better world than this, I shall desire more love and knowledge of you. As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 2. Yet that thy brazen gates of heaven may ope, and give sweet passage to my sinful soul. Now, lords, take leave till we meet again, where'er it be, in heaven or on earth. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 3. From this earth's thraldom to the joys of heaven. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. Heaven's above all, and there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Would I were with him, either in heaven or in hell. Nay, sure, he's in Arthur's bosom, if ever man went to Arthur's bosom. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 3. I know his soul is in heaven, fool. The more fool, Madonna, to mourn for your brother's soul being in heaven. Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5. Heaven, recognition in. When I am in heaven, I shall desire to see what this child does, and praise my Maker. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 4. Warwick bids you all farewell, to meet again in heaven. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 2. So part we sadly in this troublous world, to meet with joy in sweet Jerusalem. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 5. God be with you, princes all, I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 3. Father Cardinal, I have heard you say that we shall see and know our friends in heaven. If that be true, I shall see my boy again, and so he'll die, and, rising so again, when I shall meet him in the court of heaven, I shall not know him. King John, Act 3, Scene 4. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Hell. As black as hell, as dark as night. Sonnet 147. 'Tis the cunning livery of hell. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. By hell and all hell's torments. Troilus and Cressida, Act 5, Scene 2. Am I in earth, in heaven, or in hell? Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 2. The fires i' the lowest hell fold in the people. Coriolanus, Act 3, Scene 3. Such devils steal effects from lightless hell. Lucrece, stanza 223. I think his soul is in hell. See Heaven. Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5. Thou camest on earth to make the earth my hell. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold. Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 5, Scene 1. If the bottom were as deep as hell, I should drown. Merry Wives, Act 3, Scene 5. I would it were hell pains for thy sake, and my poor doing eternal. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 3. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. Yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. Sonnet 129. I am damned in hell for swearing. Think'st thou I'll endanger my soul gratis? Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 2. If there be devils, would I were a devil to live and burn in everlasting fire, so I might have your company in hell, but to torment you with my bitter tongue. Titus Andronicus, Act 5, Scene 1. No, though thou call'st thyself a hotter name than any is in hell. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 7. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. O then, what graces in my love do dwell, that he hath turned a heaven into a hell. Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 1, Scene 1. I think this Talbot be a fiend of hell. If not of hell, the heavens sure favor him. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 1. Down, down to hell, and say I sent thee thither, I that have neither pity, love, nor fear. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 6. Foul devil, for God's sake, hence, and trouble us not, for thou hast made the happy earth thy hell. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. And as I thrust thy body in with my sword, so wish I might thrust thy soul to hell. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 10. And be my heart an ever-burning hell. These miseries are more than may be borne. Titus Andronicus, Act 3, Scene 1. But purgatory, torture, hell itself, banished? O friar, the damned use that word in hell. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 3. And that deep torture may be called a hell when more is felt than one hath power to tell. Lucrece, stanza 184. Fare thee well. A fiend like thee might bear my soul to hell. Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 4. Black is the badge of hell, the hue of dungeons, and the scowl of night. Love's Labor, Act 4, Scene 3. I will stir up in England some black storm, shall blow 10,000 souls to heaven or hell. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned, bring with thee airs from heaven, or blasts from hell. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. Oh, if men were to be saved by merit, what hole in hell were hot enough for him? Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. If I would not have taken him at a word, I would I might go to hell among the rogues. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. I think the devil will not have me damned, lest the oil that is in me should set hell on fire. Merry Wives, Act 5, Scene 5. I never see thy face, but I think upon hellfire, and Dives that lived in purple, for there he is in his robes, burning, burning. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 3. False as hell, you have the office opposite to St. Peter, and keep the gate of hell. Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. Not in the legions of horrid hell can come a devil more damned in evils to top Macbeth. Had I power, I should pour the sweet milk of concord into hell, uproar the universal peace, confound all unity on earth. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light, as low as hell's from heaven. Othello, Act 1, Scene 3, and Act 2, Scene 1. No, he is in Tartar limbo, worse than hell. A devil in an everlasting garment hath him, one whose hard heart is buttoned up with steel, one that before judgment carries poor souls to hell. Comedy of Errors, Act 4, Scene 2. This outward sainted deputy is yet a devil. His filth within being cast, he would appear a pond as deep as hell. Oh, 'tis the cunning livery of hell, the damnedest body to invest and cover in precise guards. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. Go thou and fill another room in hell. thy hand shall burn in never-quenching fire, that staggers thus my person. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 5. I cannot tell what heaven hath given him. Let some graver eye pierce into that. But I can see his pride peep through each part of him. Whence has he that? If not from hell, the devil is a niggard, or has given all before, and he begins a new hell in himself. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. To win me soon to hell, my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her foul pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, yet not directly tell. But being both from me, both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. Yet this shall I ne'er know, but live in doubt, till my bad angel fire my good one out. Sonnet 144. Porter. Here's a knocking indeed. If a man were porter of Hellgate, he should have old turning the key. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there, in the name of Beelzebub? Here's a farmer that hanged himself on the expectation of plenty. Come in, time, have napkins enough about you. Here you'll sweat for't. Knock, knock. Who's there in the other devil's name? Faith, here's an equivocator that could swear in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not equivocate to heaven. Oh, come in, equivocator. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Faith, here's an English tailor, come hither for stealing out of a French hose. Come in, tailor. Here you may roast your goose. Knock, knock. Never at quiet. What are you? But this place is too cold for hell. I'll devil porter it no farther. I had thought to have let in some of all professions, that go the primrose way to the everlasting bonfire. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 3. Hypocrisy, insincerity, see falsehood. False face must hide what the false heart doth know. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Ye have angels' faces, but heaven knows your hearts. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 1. How holily he works in all his business. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 2. Your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth. Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 1. Oh, what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 1. 'Tis too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious actions we do sugar o'er the devil himself. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Would it not grieve an able man to leave so sweet a bedfellow? But conscience, conscience, oh, 'tis a tender place, and I must leave her. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 2. Did they not sometimes cry, All hail, to me, so Judas did to Christ? But he in 12 found truth in all but one. I, in 12,000, none. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp, and nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Look like the time, bear welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under't. He that's coming must be provided for. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 5. If I do not put on a sober habit, talk with respect, and swear but now and then, wear prayer books in my pocket, look demurely. Nay, more, while grace is saying, hood mine eyes, thus with my hat, and sigh, and say Amen. Never trust me more. Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 2. And that I love the tree from whence thou sprangst. Witness the loving kiss I give the fruit. To say the truth, so Judas kissed his master and cried, All hail, when he meant all harm. Henry VI, Act 5, Scene 7. Now the bishop turns insurrection to religion. Supposed sincere and holy in his thoughts, he's followed both with body and with mind. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. Thou concludest like the sanctimonious pirate that went to sea with the 10 commandments, but scraped one out of the table. Thou shalt not steal? Aye, that he raised. Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 2. Trust not those cunning waters of his eyes, for villainy is not without such room, and he, long traded in it, makes it seem like rivers of remorse and innocency. King John, Act 4, Scene 3. Though some of you with Pilate wash your hands, showing an outward pity, yet you Pilates have here delivered me to my sour cross, and water cannot wash away your sin. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. How courtesy would seem to cover sin, when what is done is like an hypocrite, the which is good in nothing but in sight. 'Tis time to fear when tyrants seem to kiss. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1, and Act 1, Scene 3. Pleads he in earnest? Look upon his face. His eyes do drop no tears, his prayers are in jest. His words come from his mouth, ours from our breast. He prays but faintly, and would be denied. We pray with heart and soul and all beside. His weary joints would gladly rise, I know. Our knees shall kneel till to the ground they grow. His prayers are full of false hypocrisy, ours of true zeal and deep integrity. Our prayers do outpray his. Then let them have that mercy which true prayers ought to have. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 3. And look you, get a prayer book in your hand, and stand between 2 churchmen, good my lord, for on that ground I'll make a holy descent. And be not easily won to our requests. Play the maid's part, still answer nay, and take it. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 7. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith, but hollow men, like horses hot at hand, make gallant show and promise of their mettle. But when they should endure the bloody spur, they fall their crests, and, like deceitful jades, sink in the trial. Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 2. O perilous mouths, that bear in them one and the selfsame tongue either of condemnation or reproof, bidding the law make courtesy to their will, hooking both right and wrong to the appetite, to follow as it draws. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. O place, O form, how often dost thou with thy case, thy habit, wrench awe from fools, and tie the wiser souls to thy false seeming. Blood, thou art blood. Let's write good angel on the devil's horn. 'Tis not the devil's crest. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. I took him for the plainest, harmless creature that breathed upon the earth a Christian, made him my book wherein my soul recorded the history of all her secret thoughts. So smooth he daubed his vice with show of virtue. He lived from all attainder of suspects. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 5. The secret mischiefs that I set abroach I lay unto the grievous charge of others. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them that God bids us do good for evil. Thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends, stolen forth of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when most I play the devil. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. But, like a constant and confirmed devil, he entertained a show so seeming just, and therein so ensconced his secret evil, that jealousy itself could not mistrust, false creeping craft and perjury should thrust into so bright a day such black-faced storms, or blot with hell-born sin such saint-like forms. Lucrece, stanza 217. I am a simple woman, much too weak to oppose your cunning. You are meek and humble-mouthed. You sign your place and calling in full seeming with meekness and humility. But your heart is crammed with arrogancy, spleen, and pride. You have, by fortune and his highness' favors, gone slightly o'er low steps, and now are mounted where powers are your retainers. And your words, domestics to you, serve your will. As it please yourself pronounce their office. I must tell you, you tender more your person's honor than your high profession spiritual. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 4. O Prince, I conjure thee, as thou believest, there is another comfort than this world, that thou neglect me not with that opinion that I am touched with madness. Make it not impossible, that which but seems unlike. 'Tis not impossible, but one, the wickedest caitiff on the ground, may seem as shy, as grave, as just, as absolute as Angelo. Even so may Angelo in all his dressings, character, titles, forms, be an arch villain. Believe it, royal prince. If he be less, he's nothing, but he's more, had I more name for badness. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Ignorance, Pride. Ignorance is the curse of God. Knowledge, the wing wherewith we fly to heaven. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 7. We, ignorant of ourselves, beg often our own harms, which the wise powers deny us for our good. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 2, Scene 1. The eagle-winged pride of sky aspiring and ambitious thoughts with rival hating envy. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3. I can see his pride peep through each part of him. Whence has he that? If not from hell, the devil is a niggard, or has given all before, and he begins a new hell in himself. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. There is no darkness but ignorance, in which thou art more puzzled than the Egyptians in their fog. I say, this house is dark as ignorance, though ignorance were as dark as hell. Twelfth Night, Act 4, Scene 2. The common curse of mankind, folly and ignorance, be thine in great revenue. Heaven bless thee from a tutor, and discipline come not near thee. What? Art thou devout? Wast thou in a prayer? Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 3. Why should a man be proud? how doth pride grow? I know not what pride is. He that is proud eats up himself. Pride is his own glass, his own trumpet, his own chronicle, and whatever praises itself, but in the deed, devours the deed in the praise. Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 3. Innocence. The trust I have is in mine innocence. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. Unstained thoughts do seldom dream on evil. Lucrece, stanza 13. The silence often of pure innocence persuades when speaking fails. Winter's Tale, Act 2, Scene 2. Angels are bright still, though the brightest fell. Though all things foul would wear the brows of grace, yet grace must still look so. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Footnote. That is, though all bad things should counterfeit the looks of goodness, yet goodness must still wear its own looks. From Hudson's Notes. Returning to the text. 1,000 innocent shames in angel whiteness bear away those blushes. Trust not my age, my reverence, calling, nor divinity, if this sweet lady lie not guiltless here under some biting error. Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 1. We were as twinned lambs that did frisk in the sun, and bleat the one at the other. What we changed was innocence for innocence. We knew not the doctrine of ill-doing, nor dreamed that any did. Had we pursued that life, and our weak spirits ne'er been higher reared with stronger blood, we should have answered heaven boldly, not guilty. Winter's Tale, Act 1, Scene 2. If powers divine behold our human actions, as they do, I doubt not then but innocence shall make false accusations blush, and tyranny tremble at patience. For life I prize it, as I weigh grief which I would spare. For honor 'tis a derivative from me to mine, and one that I stand for. I appeal to your own conscience. Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 2. Jesus, Christ, Savior. So Judas did to Christ. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. Jesu, maintain your royal excellence. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. The precious image of our dear Redeemer. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 1. Through all the kingdoms that acknowledge Christ. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 2. I every day expect an ambassage from my Redeemer to redeem me hence. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 1. Some say that ever 'gainst that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. The dread king that took our state upon him to free us from his father's wrathful curse. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. Your master, whose minister you are, whilst here he lived upon this naughty earth. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 1. As far as to the sepulchre of Christ, whose soldier now, under whose blessed cross we are impressed and engaged to fight. In those holy fields, over whose acres walked those blessed feet, which 1400 years ago were nailed for our advantage on the bitter cross. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 1. Many a time hath banished Norfolk fought for Jesus Christ in glorious Christian field, streaming the ensign of the Christian cross, and there at Venice gave his body to that pleasant country's earth, and his pure soul unto his captain Christ, under whose colors he had fought so long. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. Judgment. Heaven forgive my sins at the day of judgment. Merry Wives, Act 3, Scene 3. Then, dreadful trumpet, sound the general doom. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 2. No reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. The dreadful judgment day so dreadful will not be as was his sight. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 1. God grant me too, thou mates, be damned for that wicked deed. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Which if we should deny the most just God, for every graft would send a caterpillar. Pericles, Act 5, Scene 1. Shake off this downy sleep, death's counterfeit, and look on death itself. Up, up, and see the great doom's image. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 3. How would you be if he, which is at the top of judgment, should but judge you as you are? Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Oh, when the last account twixt heaven and earth is to be made, then shall this hand and seal witness against us to damnation. King John, Act 4, Scene 2. Take heed you dally not before your king, lest he that is the supreme King of kings confound your hidden falsehood, and award either of you to be the other's end. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 1. O thou that judgest all things, stay my thoughts. If my suspect be false, forgive me, God, for judgment only doth belong to thee. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. If these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. See Responsibility. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Why, he shall never wake till the great judgment day. The urging of that word, judgment, hath bred a kind of remorse in me. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. From that supernal judge that stirs good thoughts in any breast of strong authority, to look into the blots and stains of right, that judge hath made me guardian to this boy. Alter not the doom forethought by heaven. King John, Act 2, Scene 1, and Act 3, Scene 1. O let the vile world end, and the premised flames of the last day knit earth and heaven together. Now let the general trumpet blow his blast, particularities and petty sounds to cease. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 2. Why, then All Souls' Day is my body's doomsday. This is the day which in King Edward's time I wished might fall on me, when I was found false to his children or his wife's allies. This is the day wherein I wished to fall by the false faith of him whom most I trusted. This All Souls' Day to my fearful soul is the determined respite of my wrongs. That high all-seer which I dallied with hath turned my feigned prayer on my head, and given in earnest what I begged in jest. Thus doth he force the swords of wicked men to turn their own points in their masters' bosoms. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 1. If the assassination could trammel up the consequence, and catch with his surcease success, that but this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here. But here, upon this bank and shoal of time, we jump the life to come. But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions which, being taught, return to plague the inventor. This even-handed justice commends the ingredients of our poisoned chalice to our own lips. He's here in double trust. First, as I am his kinsman and his subject, strong both against the deed, then as his host, who should against his murderer shut the door, not bear the knife myself. Besides, this Duncan hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued, against the deep damnation of his taking off. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Justice, injustice. Justice always whirls in equal measure. Love's labor, Act 4, Scene 3. Measure for measure must be answered. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 6. Like doth quit like, and measure still for measure. Measure for measure, Act 5, Scene 1. God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed. So just is God to right the innocent. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. My comfort is that heaven will take our souls, and plague injustice with the pains of hell. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 1. O God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me and you, and mine and yours for this. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 1. Arm, arm, you heavens, against these perjured kings, a widow cries. Be husband to me, heavens. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. If angels fight, weak men must fall, for heaven still guards the right. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Condemn the fault, but not the actor of it? Why, every fault's condemned ere it be done. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Poise the cause in justice equal scales, whose beam stands sure, whose rightful cause prevails. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. For though usurpers sway the rule awhile, yet heavens are just, and time suppresseth wrongs. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 3. Is this your Christian counsel? Out upon ye! Heaven is above all yet. There sits a judge that no king can corrupt. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 1. Falseness cannot come from thee, for thou look'st modest as justice, and thou seem'st a palace for the crowned truth to dwell in. Pericles, Act 5, Scene 1. This shows that you are above, you justicers, that these our nether crimes so speedily can venge. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 2. And yet but justice, for though this king were great, his greatness was no guard to bar heaven's shaft, but sin had his reward. Pericles, Act 2, Scene 4. I do beseech your lordships that in this case of justice my accusers, be what they will, may stand forth face to face and freely urge against me. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 2. He who the sword of heaven will bear should be as holy as severe, pattern in himself to know, grace to stand, and virtue go. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. I show it, pity, most of all, when I show justice. For then I pity those I do not know, which a dismissed offense would after gall. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Thrice is he armed that hath his quarrel just, and he but naked, though locked up in steel, whose conscience with injustice is corrupted. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. Draw those heaven-moving pearls from his poor eyes, which heaven shall take in nature of a fee. Aye, with these crystal beads heaven shall be bribed to do him justice and revenge on you. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. Be just and fear not. Let all the ends thou aimest at be thy country's, thy God's, and truth's. Then, if thou fall'st, O Cromwell, thou fall'st a blessed martyr. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. Like a traitor coward, sluiced out his innocent soul through streams of blood, which blood, like sacrificing Abel's, cries, even from the tongueless caverns of the earth, to me for justice and rough chastisement. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. May he continue and do justice for truth's sake and his conscience, that his bones, when he has run his course and sleeps in blessings, may have a tomb of orphans' tears wept on 'em. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. Go, take hence that traitor from our sight, for by his death we do perceive his guilt. And God in justice hath revealed to us the truth and innocence of this poor fellow, which he had thought to have murdered wrongfully. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 3. If God will be avenged for the deed, oh, know you, yet he doth it publicly. Take not the quarrel from his powerful arm. He needs no indirect or lawless course to cut off those that have offended him. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. I know not whether God will have it so, for some displeasing service I have done, that in his secret doom, out of my blood, he'll breed revengement and a scourge for me. But thou dost, in thy passages of life, make me believe that thou art only marked for the hot vengeance and the rod of heaven to punish my mistreadings. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 2. John of Gaunt. God's is the quarrel, for God's substitute, his deputy anointed in his sight, hath caused his death, the which, if wrongfully, let heaven revenge. For I may never lift an angry arm against his minister. Duchess. Where then, alas, may I complain myself? Gaunt. To God, the widow's champion and defense. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 2. Footnote. Hudson states that the word here given, God's, is so printed in the quartos, but in the folios was printed heavens, doubtless on account of the statute against the irreverent use of the sacred name. The same change is made in other places. Returning to the text. In the corrupted currents of this world, offense's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled, even to the teeth and forehead of our faults, to give in evidence. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. See Remorse. Not ever the justice and the truth of the question carries the due of the verdict with it. At what ease might corrupt minds procure knaves as corrupt to swear against you? Such things have been done. You are potently opposed, with a malice of as great size. Ween you of better luck, I mean in perjured witness, than your master, whose minister you are, whilst here he lived upon this naughty earth? Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 1. Give your cause to heaven, If you can pace your wisdom in that good path that I wish it to go, and you shall have your bosom on this wretch, grace of the Duke, revenges to your heart, and general honor. Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 3. A man may see how this world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears, see how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark in thine ear, change places, and handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief? Thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar, and the creature run from the cur? There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog's obeyed in office. Thou rascal beetle, hold thy bloody hand. Why doth thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back. Thou hotly lusted to use her in that kind for which thou whipp'st her. The usurer hangs the cozener. Through tattered clothes small vices do appear. Robes and furred gowns hide all. Plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Arm it in rags, a pygmy's straw doth pierce it. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1. Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Knowledge. Knowledge, the wing wherewith we fly to heaven. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 7. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. What is the end of study? Let me know. Why, that to know which else we should not know. Things hid and barred, you mean, from common sense? Aye, that is study's godlike recompense. Study knows that which yet it doth not know. Study is like the heaven's glorious sun, that will not be deep searched with saucy looks. Too much to know is to know naught but fame. See Light, Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 1. We have our philosophical persons to make modern and familiar things supernatural and causeless. Hence it is that we make trifles of terrors, ensconcing ourselves into seeming knowledge. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 3. Life, Time. Thy life's a miracle. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. We trifle time away. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 2. Like madness is the glory of this life. Timon, Act 1, Scene 2. Oh, call back yesterday, bid time return. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Time, thou ceaseless lackey to eternity. Lucrece, stanza 139. Let life be short, else shame will be too long. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 5. Time travels in divers paces with divers persons. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2. Old Time, the clock setter, that bald sexton, Time. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. The web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together. All's Well, Act 4, Scene 3. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 5. Time, that takes survey of all the world, must have a stop. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. Time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try. As You Like It, Act 4, Scene 1. The time of life is short to spend that shortness basely were too long. If life did ride upon a dial's point, still ending at the arrival of an hour. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 2. Time, force, and death, do to this body what extremity you can. Troilus and Cressida, Act 4, Scene 2. Why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Come what come may, time and the hour runs through the roughest day. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 3. I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. This day I breathed first, time is come round, and where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run his compass. Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 3. And so, from hour to hour, we ripe and ripe, and then, from hour to hour, we rot, and thereby hangs a tale. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. The end crowns all, and that old common arbiter time will one day end it. Troilus and Cressida, Act 4, Scene 5. But thought the slave of life, and life time's fool, and time that takes survey of all the world, must have a stop. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. Time's the king of men, for he's their parent, and he's their grave, and gives them what he will, not what they crave. Pericles, Act 2, Scene 3. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1. How brief the life of man runs his erring pilgrimage, that the stretching of a span buckles in his sum of age. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2. Oh, this life is nobler than attending for a check, richer than doing nothing for a bribe. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 3. Footnote. Stevens and others substitute the word babe for bribe. Returning to the text. May he live longer than I have time to tell his years. Ever beloved and loving may his rule be. And when old time shall lead him to his end, goodness and he fill up one monument. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 1. See the minutes how they run, how many make the hour full complete, how many hours bring about the day, how many days will finish up the year, how many years a mortal man may live. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 5. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life, but for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be, in awe of such a thing as myself. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. Let's take this instant by the forward top, for we are old, and on our quickest decrees the inaudible and noiseless foot of time steals, ere we can effect them. All's Well, Act 5, Scene 3. Had I but died an hour before this chance, I had lived a blessed time, for from this instant there's nothing serious in mortality. All is but toys. Renown and grace are dead, the wine of life is drawn, and the mere lees is left this vault to brag of. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 3. I have lived long enough. My way of life is fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany old age, as love, honor, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have, but in their stead, curses, not loud, but deep, mouth honor, breath which the poor heart would fain deny, and dare not. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 3. Thy glass will show thee how thy beauties wear, thy dial how thy precious minutes waste. The vacant leaves thy mind's imprint will bear, and of this book this learning mayst thou taste. The wrinkles which thy glass will truly show of mouthed graves will give thee memory. Thou, by thy dial's shady stealth, mayst know time's thievish progress to eternity. Sonnet 77. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to wrong the wronger till he render right, to ruinate proud buildings with thy hours and smear with dust their glittering golden towers, to cheer the plowman with increaseful crops and waste huge stones with little water drops. Lucrece, stanza 135. Farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. This is the state of man. Today he puts forth the tender leaves of hope, tomorrow blossoms, and bears his blushing honors thick upon him. The third day comes a frost, a killing frost, and when he thinks, good easy man, full surely his greatness is a ripening, nips his root, and then he falls as I do. I have ventured, like little wanton boys that swim on bladders, this many summers in a sea of glory, but far beyond my depth. My high-blown pride at length broke under me, and now has left me, weary and old with service, to the mercy of a rude stream that must forever hide me. Vain pomp and glory of this world, I hate ye. I feel my heart new opened. Oh, how wretched is that poor man that hangs on princes' favors. There is, betwixt that smile we would aspire to, that sweet aspect of princes and their ruin, more pangs and fears than wars or women have. And when he falls like Lucifer, never to hope again. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make sad and sorry seasons as thou fleets, and do whate'er thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. Yet do thy worst, old time. Despite thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young. Sonnet 19. When I have seen by time's fell hand defaced the rich proud cost of outworn buried age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil win of the watery main increasing store with loss, and loss with store, when I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, Ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. Sonnet 64. No, time, thou shalt not boast that I do change. Thy pyramids, built up with newer might, to me are nothing novel, nothing strange. They are but dressings of a former sight. Our dates are brief, and therefore we admire what thou dost foist upon us that is old, and rather make them born to our desire, than think that we before have heard them told. Thy registers and thee I both defy, not wondering at the present nor the past. For thy records and what we see do lie, made more or less by thy continual haste. This I do vow, and this shall ever be. I will be true, despite thy scythe and thee. Sonnet 123. Since brass, nor stone, nor earth, nor boundless sea, but sad mortality o'ersways their power, how with this rage shall beauty hold a plea, whose action is no stronger than a flower? Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wreckful siege of battering days, when rocks impregnable are not so stout, nor gates of steel so strong but time decays? O fearful meditation, where, alack, shall time's best jewel from time's chest lie hid? Or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back? Or who his spoil of beauty can forbid? Sonnet 65. Reason thus with life. If do lose thee, I do lose a thing that none but fools would keep. A breath thou art. Thou art death's fool. For him thou labour'st by thy flight to shun, and yet run'st toward him still. Thou art not noble, for all the commendations that thou bear'st are nursed by baseness. Thou art by no means valiant, for thou dost fear the soft and tender fork of a poor worm. Thy best of rest is sleep, and that thou oft provokest, yet grossly fear'st thy death, which is no more. Thou art not thyself. For thou exist on many a thousand grains that issue out of dust. Happy thou art not, for what thou hast not, still thou strivest to get, and what thou hast, forgetst. Thou art not certain, for thy complexion shifts to strange effects after the moon. If thou art rich, thou art poor, for, like an ass whose back with ingots bows, thou bear'st thy heavy riches but a journey, and death unloads thee. Friend hast thou none, for thine own bowels, which do call thee sire, the mere effusion of thy proper loins, do curse the gout, serpago, footnote, a tetter or rash on the skin, returning to the text, and the rheum, for ending thee no sooner, thou hast nor youth nor age, but, as it were, an after dinner's sleep, dreaming on both, for all thy blessed youth becomes as aged, and doth beg the alms of palsied eld. And when thou art old and rich, thou hast neither heat, affection, limb, nor beauty, to make thy riches pleasant. What's yet in this that bears the name of life? Yet in this life lie hid more thousand deaths, yet death we fear that makes these odds all even. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. Light and darkness. Light and lust are deadly enemies. See Lust. Lucrece, stanza 97. How far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. To seek the light of truth, while truth the while doth falsely blind the eyesight of his look. Light, seeking light, doth light of light beguile. See Knowledge. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 1. Heaven does with us as we with torches do, not light them for ourselves. For if our virtues did not go forth with us, 'twere all alike as if we had them not. Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 1. When the searching eye of heaven is hid behind the globe, and lights the lower world, then thieves and robbers range abroad unseen, in murders and in outrage bloody here. But when, from under this terrestrial ball, he fires the broad tops of the eastern pines, and darts his light through every guilty hole, then murders, treasons, and detested sins, the cloak of night being plucked from off their backs, stand bare and naked, trembling at themselves. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Love, see Marriage. Love reasons without reason. Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds. Sonnet 116. For charity itself fulfills the law, and who can sever love from charity? Love's Labor, Act 4, Scene 3. How can that be true love, which is falsely attempted? Love is a familiar. Love is a devil. There is no evil angel but love. Yet was Solomon so seduced. He had a very good wit. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 2. I confess here on my knee before high heaven and you, that before you, and next unto high heaven, I love your son. My friends were poor but honest. So's my love. Be not offended, for it hurts not him that he is loved of me. I follow him not by any token of presumptuous suit, nor would I have him till I do deserve him, yet never know how that desert should be. I know I love in vain, strive against hope, yet in this captious and intenable sieve, I still pour in the waters of my love, and lack not to lose still. Thus, Indian-like, religious in mine error, I adore the sun that looks upon his worshipper, but knows of him no more. All's Well, Act 1, Scene 3. Lust. Light and lust are deadly enemies. Poor Chastity is rifled of her store, and lust, the thief, far poorer than before. Lucrece, stanzas 97 and 99. Fie on, sinful fantasy, fie on, lust and luxury. Lust is but a bloody fire, kindled with unchaste desire, fed in heart whose flames aspire, and thoughts do blow them higher and higher. Song in Merry Wives, Act 5, Scene 5. So from himself impiety hath wrought, that for his prey to pray he doth begin, as if the heavens should countenance his sin. But in the midst of his unfruitful prayer, having solicited the eternal power, that his foul thoughts might compass his fair, and they would stand auspicious to the hour, even there he starts. Quoth he, I must deflower. The powers to whom I pray abhor this fact. How can they, then, assist me in the act? Lucrece, stanzas 49 and 50. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, and till action, lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner, but despised straight, Past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated, as a swallowed bait, on purpose laid to make the taker mad, mad in pursuit and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have extreme, a bliss in proof, and proved a very woe, before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads to this hell. Sonnet 129. Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dicers' oaths. Oh, such a deed as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow, yet this solidity and compound mass with tristful visage, as against the doom, is thought sick at the act. O shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst muten in a matron's bones, to flaming youth let virtue be as wax, and melt in her own fire. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. His words do no more adhere than the 100th psalm of the tune of green sleeves. I think the best way were to entertain him with hope till the wicked fire of lust have melted him in his own grease. Why, Sir John, do you think, though we would have thrust virtue out of our hearts by the head and shoulders, and have given ourselves without scruple to hell, that ever the devil could have made you our delight? Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 1, and Act 5, Scene 5. Man. I think the king is but a man, as I am. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. He speaks not like a man of God's making. Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. Immortality attends the founer, making a man a god. See Virtue, Pericles, Act 3, Scene 2. God made him, and therefore let him pass for a man. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2. To see how God in all his creatures works, yea, man and birds are fain of climbing high. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. But we are all men, in our own natures frail, and capable of our flesh. Few are angels. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 2. Are we not brothers? So man and man should be. But clay and clay differs in dignity, whose dust is both alike. Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. Man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured, his glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as makes the angels weep. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. There's nothing situate under heaven's eye, but hath his bound, in earth, in sea, in sky. The beasts, the fishes, and the winged fowls, men more divine, the masters of all these, lords of the wide world and wild watery seas, endued with intellectual sense and souls. Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 1. What is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure, he that hath made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fuss in us unused. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 4. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that all, with one consent, praise newborn gods, though they are made and molded of things past, and give to dust, that is a little gilt, more laud than gilt or dusted. The present eye praises the present object. Then marvel not, thou great and complete man, that all the Greeks begin to worship Ajax, since things in motion quicklier catch the eye than what not stirs. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. Thou seest, we are not all alone unhappy. This wide and universal theatre presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. This is the state of man. Today he puts forth the tender leaves of hopes, tomorrow blossoms, and bears his blushing honors thick upon him. The third day comes a frost, a killing frost, and when he thinks, good easy man, full surely this greatness is ripening, nips his root, and then he falls as I do. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping a bunghole? As thus, Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returned into dust. The dust is earth, of earth we make loam, and why of that loam, whereto he was converted, might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperial Caesar dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw? Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty! In form and moving, how express and admirable! In action, how like an angel! In apprehension, how like a god! The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals! And yet, to me, what is the quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no, nor woman neither. Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly. Not to speak it profanely, that, neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan nor man, have so strutted and bellowed, that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. Man's responsibility. Our remedies oft in ourselves do lie, which we ascribe to heaven. The fainted sky gives us free scope. All's well, Act 1, Scene 1. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. Faith, I have been a truant in the law, and never yet could frame my will to it, and therefore frame the law unto my will. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 4. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that when we are sick in fortune, often the surfeit of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, knaves, thieves, and treachers by spherical predominance. Footnote: Treacher, meaning a trickster, a cheat. Returning to the text. drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we are evil in by a divine thrusting on. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 2. So, if a son, that is, by his father sent about merchandise, do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness, by your rule, should be imposed upon his father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant. For they purpose not their death when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some, peradventure, have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some, making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beetle, war is his vengeance, so that here men are punished. For before breach of the king's laws is now the king's quarrel. Where they feared the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then, if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for the which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is the king, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and, dying so, death is to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness, and to teach others how they should prepare. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Marriage, a world without end, bargain. Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. In the temple, by and by with us, these couples shall eternally be knit. Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 4, Scene 1. The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. I will fasten on this sleeve of thine, thou art an elm, my husband, I a vine. Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 2. At St. Mary's Chapel, presently, the rites of marriage shall be solemnized. King John, Act 2, Scene 2. She doth stray about by holy crosses, where she kneels and prays for happy wedlock hours. Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. What mockery will it be to want the bridegroom when the priest attends to speak the ceremonial rites of marriage? Taming of the Shrew, Act 3, Scene 2. Under what title shall I woo for thee, that God, the law, my honor, and her love, shall make seem pleasing to her tender years? Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. Get you to church, and have a good priest that can tell you what marriage is. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 3. Hasty marriage seldom proveth well. Yet God forbid that I should wish them severed whom God hath joined together. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 1. Nature craves all dues rendered to their owners. Now, what nearer debt in all humanity than wife is to the husband? Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 2. Now go with me, and with this holy man, into the chantery by. There, before him, and underneath that consecrated roof, plight me the full assurance of your faith. Twelfth Night, Act 4, Scene 3. If you shall marry, you give away this hand, and that is mine. You give away heaven's vows, and those are mine. You give away myself, which is known mine. All's Well, Act 5, Scene 3. As there comes light from heaven and words from breath, as there is sense in truth and truth in virtue, I am affianced this man's wife as strongly as words could make up vows. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. I will make you man and wife, nay, come, your hands and lips must seal it too. And, being joined, I'll thus your hopes destroy, and for a further grief, God give you joy. What, are you both pleased? Pericles, Act 2, Scene 5. Methinks a father is, at the nuptial of his son, a guest that best becomes the table. Reason, my son should choose himself a wife, but as good reason, the father, all whose joy is nothing else but fair posterity, should hold some counsel in such a business. Winter's Tale, Act 4, Scene 3. Marriage is a matter of more worth than to be dealt in by attorneyship. For what is wedlock forced but a hell, an age of discord and continual strife? Whereas the contrary bringeth forth bliss, and is a pattern of celestial peace. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 5. Oh, now let Richmond and Elizabeth, the true succeeders of each royal house, by God's fair ordinance conjoin together, and let their heirs, God, if they will be so, enrich the time to come with smooth-faced peace, with smiling plenty, and fair, prosperous days. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 4. Then, as my gift and thine own acquisition worthily purchased, take my daughter. But if thou dost break her virgin knot before all sanctimonious ceremonies may with full and holy rite be ministered, no sweet aspersions shall the heavens let fall to make this contract grow. The Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1. Then is there mirth in heaven when earthly things made even at one together. Good Duke, receive thy daughter. Hymen from heaven brought her, yea, brought her hither, that thou mightst join her hand with his, whose heart within her bosom is. Song in As You Like It, Act 5, Scene 4. My heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of rich Capulet. As mine on hers, so hers is set on mine, and all combined, save what thou must combine by holy marriage. This I pray, that thou consent to marry us today. Come, come with me, and we will make short work. For by your leaves you shall not stay alone, till Holy Church incorporate two in one. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 3, and Act 2, Scene 6. God, the best maker of all marriages, combine your hearts in one, your realms in one. As man and wife, being two, are one in love, so be there twixt your kingdoms such a spousal, that never may ill office or fell jealousy, which troubles oft the bed of blessed marriage, thrust in between. Henry V, Act 5, Scene 2. Let not the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. Sonnet 116. Heaven witness, I have been to you a true and humble wife. Sir, call to mind that I have been your wife in this obedience upward of 20 years. If, in the course and process of this time, you can report and prove it too, against my honor aught, my bond to wedlock, or my love and duty against your sacred person, in God's name turn me away. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 4. God joined my heart and Romeo's, thou our hands, and ere this hand, by thee to Romeo sealed, shall be the label to another deed. O bid me leap, rather than marry Paris, from off the battlements of yonder tower, or walk in thievish ways, or bid me lurk where serpents are. Chain me with roaring bears, or hide me nightly in a charnel house, or covered quite with dead men's rattling bones, with reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls. Or bid me go into a new-made grave, and hide me with a dead man in his shroud. Things that, to hear them told, have made me tremble, and I will do it without fear or doubt, to live an unstained wife to my sweet love. Romeo and Juliet, Act 4, Scene 1. As a walled town is more worthier than a village, so is the forehead of a married man more honorable than the bare brow of a bachelor. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 3. I had rather be married to a death's head with a bone in his mouth than to either of these. God defend me from these two. I will do anything, Nerissa, ere I will be married to a sponge. If I should bid the fifth welcome with so good heart as I can bid the other four farewell, I should be glad of his approach. If he have the condition of a saint and the complexion of a devil, I had rather he should shrive me than wive me. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2. Well, niece, I hope to see you one day fitted with a husband, not till God make men of some other metal than earth. No, uncle, I'll none. Adam's sons are my brethren, and truly I hold it a sin to match in my kindred. I would not marry her, though she were endowed with all that Adam had left him before he transgressed. Name the day of marriage, and God give thee joy. His grace hath made the match, and all grace say amen to it. Silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but little happy if I could say how much. Lady, as you are mine, I am yours. Time goes on crutches till love have all his rights. Much Ado, Act 2, Scene 1. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1. Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Meekness, contentment, humility. Poor and content is rich, and rich enough. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. He is famed for mildness, peace, and prayer. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 1. God bless thee, and put meekness in thy breast, love, charity, obedience, and true duty. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 2. I shall be well content with any choice tends to God's glory and my country's weal. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 1. Love and meekness, Lord, become a churchman better than ambition. Win straying souls with modesty again, cast none away. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 2. Now, my co-mates and brothers in exile, hath not old custom made this life more sweet than that of painted pomp? As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1. My crown is in my heart, not on my head, not decked with diamonds and Indian stones, nor to be seen. My crown is called content. A crown it is that seldom kings enjoy. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 1. 'Tis better to be lowly born, and range with humble livers in content, than to be perked up in a glistering grief, and wear a golden sorrow. Our content is our best having. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 3. His overthrow heaped happiness upon him, for then, and not till then, he felt himself, and found the blessedness of being little, and to add greater honors to his age than man could give him, he died fearing God. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. O God, methinks it were a happy life, to be no better than a homely swain, to sit upon a hill, as I do now, to carve out dials quaintly, point by point, thereby to see the minutes how they run. How many make the hour full complete? How many hours bring about the day? How many days will finish up the year? How many years a mortal man may live? When this is known, then to divide the times. So many hours must I tend my flock, so many hours must I take my rest. So minutes, hours, days, months, and years passed over to the end they were created, would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Ah, what a life were this! How sweet, how lovely! Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds looking on their silly sheep, than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? Oh, yes, it doth, 1,000-fold it doth. And to conclude, the shepherd's homely curds, his cold thin drink out of his leather bottle, his wonted sleep under a fresh tree's shade. All which secure and sweetly he enjoys is far beyond a prince's delicates. His viand sparkling in a golden cup, his body couched in a curious bed, when care, mistrust, and treason wait on him. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 5. Mercy. Have mercy, Jesu. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. God in mercy so deal with my soul. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 3. God have mercy upon one of our souls. Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 4. There is no more mercy in him than there is milk in a male tiger. Coriolanus, Act 5, Scene 4. Mercy then will breathe within your lips like man new made. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Lawful mercy is nothing kin to foul redemption. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. Open thy gate of mercy, gracious God. My soul flies through these wounds to seek out thee. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 4. When vice makes mercy, mercy's so extended, that for the false love is the offender friended. Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 2. And bids you, in the bowels of the Lord, deliver up the crown, and to take mercy on the poor souls for whom this hungry war opens his vasty jaws. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 4. Use every one after his desert, and who should escape whipping? Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. O Lord, have mercy on us, wretched sinners. O Lord, have mercy on me, woeful man. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 4. Beyond the infinite and boundless reach of mercy, if thou didst this deed of death, art thou damned. King John, Act 4, Scene 3. Wilt thou draw near the nature of the gods? Draw near, then, in being merciful. Sweet mercy is nobility's true badge. Titus Andronicus, Act 1, Scene 2. Not the king's crown, nor the deputed sword, the marshal's truncheon, nor the judge's robe, become them in one half so good a grace as mercy does. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. I have not stopped mine ears to their demands, nor posted off their suits with slow delays. My pity hath been balm to heal their wounds. My mildness hath allayed their swelling griefs. My mercy dried their water-flowing tears. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 8. Pity is the virtue of the law, and none but tyrants use it cruelly. As you are great, be pitifully good. Who cannot condemn rashness in cold blood? To kill, I grant, is sin's extremest gust, but in defense by mercy 'tis most just. To be in anger is impiety. But who is man that is not angry? Weigh but the crime with this. Timon of Athens, Act 3, Scene 5. The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute to awe and majesty wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's, when mercy seasons justice. Therefore, Jew, though justice be thy plea, consider this, that in the course of justice none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy, and that same prayer doth teach us all to render the deeds of mercy. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. For God's sake, pity my case. The spite of man prevaileth against me. O Lord, have mercy upon me. O Lord, have mercy upon me. I shall never be able to fight a blow. O Lord, my heart. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. Miracles. Thy life's a miracle. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. It must be so, for miracles are ceased, and therefore we must needs admit the means how things are perfected. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 1. Virtuous and holy, chosen from above, by inspiration of celestial grace, to work exceeding miracles on earth. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. Great floods have flown from simple sources, and great seas have dried when miracles have by the greatest been denied. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 1. They say miracles are past, and we have our philosophical persons to make modern and familiar things supernatural and causeless. Hence is it that we make trifles of terrors, ensconcing ourselves into seeming knowledge when we should submit to an unknown fear. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 3. Nature's Lessons. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. In nature's infinite book of secrecy, a little I can read. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 1, Scene 2. At Christmas I no more desire a rose than wish a snow in May's new-fangled shows. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 1. How sometimes nature will betray its folly, its tenderness, and make itself a pastime to harder bosoms. Winter's Tale, Act 1, Scene 2. Nature does require her times of preservation, which perforce I, her frail son, amongst my brethren mortal, must give my tendance to. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. In nature there's no blemish but the mind. None can be called deformed but the unkind. Virtue is beauty, but the beauteous evil are empty trunks, or flourished by the devil. Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 4. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we not the penalty of Adam, the season's difference, or the icy fang, and churlish chiding of the winter's wind, which, when it bites and blows upon my body, even till I shrink with cold, I smile and say, this is no flattery. These are counselors that feelingly persuade me what I am. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1. When clouds are seen, wise men put on their cloaks. When great leaves fall, then winter is at hand. When the sun sets, who doth not look for night? Untimely storms make men expect a dearth. All may be well, but if God sort it so, 'tis more than we deserve or I expect. By a divine instinct, men's minds mistrust pursuing danger, as by proof we see the waters swell before a boisterous storm. But leave it all to God. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 3. Obedience. Let him obey that know not how to rule. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 1. I hourly learn a doctrine of obedience. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 5, Scene 2. You sin against obedience which you owe your father. Cymbeline, Act 2, Scene 3. Obey thy parents. Keep thy word's justice. Swear not. Commit not with man's sworn spouse. Set not thy sweet heart on proud array. King Lear, Act 3, Scene 4. I do not know what kind of my obedience I should tender. More than my all is nothing, nor my prayers are not words duly hallowed. See Prayer, Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 3. Therefore doth heaven divide the state of man in diverse functions, setting endeavor in continual motion, to which is fixed, as an aim or but, obedience. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 2. Official corruption, tyranny. Oh, that estates, degrees, and offices were not derived corruptly. Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 9. Plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Arm it in rags, a pygmy's straw doth pierce it. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. Thieves for their robbery have authority when judges steal themselves. Oh, it is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. And let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mart your offices for gold to under-servers. Shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. Thou little valiant, great in villainy, thou ever strong upon the stronger side, thou fortune's champion, that dost never fight, but when her humorous ladyship is by to teach thee safety. Thou art perjured too, and suest up greatness. What a fool art thou, a ramping fool, to brag and stamp and swear upon my party. Thou cold-blooded slave, hast thou not spoke like thunder on my side, been sworn my soldier, bidding me depend upon thy stars, thy fortune, and thy strength? And dost thou now fall over to my foes? Thou wear a lion's hide. Doff it for shame, and hang a calf's skin on those recreant limbs. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. Patience, hope. God, our hope, will succor us. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 5. You heavens, give me that patience. Patience I need. King Lear, Act 2, Scene 4. A high hope for a low heaven. God grant us patience. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 1. The miserable have no other medicine, but only hope. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. God of his mercy give you patience to endure. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. I must be patient till the heavens look with an aspect more favorable. Winter's Tale, Act 2, Scene 1. I hear protest in sight of heaven, and by the hope I have of heavenly bliss. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 3. Farewell, the hopes of court, my hopes in heaven do dwell. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. I will be patient when you are humble, nay, before, or God will punish me. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 4. Arming myself with patience to stay, wait for, the providence of some high powers that govern us below. Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 1. I died for hope, ere I could lend thee aid. But cheer thy heart, and be thou not dismayed. God and good angels fight on Richmond's side. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. I do oppose my patience to his fury, and am armed to suffer, with a quietness of spirit, the very tyranny and rage of his. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. She sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Twelfth Night, Act 2, Scene 4. How poor are they that have not patience! What wound did ever heal but by degrees? Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Then in God's name march. True hope is swift and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 2. Had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, I should have found in some part of my soul a drop of patience. Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. O you blessed ministers above, keep me in patience, and with ripened time unfold the evil which is here wrapped up in countenance. Footnote, meaning false appearance. Returning to the text. Heaven shield your grace from woe, as I, thus wronged, hence unbelieved, go. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. He that will have a cake out of the wheat must need tarry the grinding. Patience herself, whatever goddess ere she be, doth lesser blench at sufferance than I do. Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 1. Patience unmoved, no marvel though she pause, they can be meek that have no other cause. A wretched soul, bruised with adversity, we bid be quiet when we hear it cry. But were we burthened with a like weight of pain, as much or more, we should ourselves complain. Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 1. Bring me a father that so loved his child, whose joy of her is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak to me of patience. Measure his woe the length and breadth of mine, and let it answer every strain for strain. As thus for thus, and such a grief for such, in every lineament, branch, shape, and form, if such a one will smile and stroke his beard, call sorrow joy, cry hem when he should groan, patch grief with proverbs, make misfortune drunk with candle wasters, bring him you to me, and I of him will gather patience. But there is no such man. For, brother, men can counsel and speak comfort to that grief which they themselves not feel. No, no, 'tis all men's office to speak patience to those that wring under the load of sorrow, but no man's virtue nor sufficiency to be so moral when he shall endure the like himself. Therefore give me no counsel, for there was never yet philosopher that could endure the toothache patiently, however they have writ the style of gods, and make a push at chance and sufferance. Much Ado, Act 5, Scene 1. Peace, see War. Blessed are the peacemakers on earth. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. A peace above all earthly dignities. See Conscience. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. I will not think but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Make peace with God, for you must die. Have you that holy feeling in your souls to counsel me to make my peace with God? Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. Still in thy right hand carry gentle peace to silence envious tongues. Be just and fear not. Let all the ends thou aim'st at be thy country's, thy God's, and truth's. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. I always thought it was both impious and unnatural that such immanity and bloody strife should reign among professors of one faith. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 1. The peace of heaven is theirs that lift their swords in such a just and charitable war, whiles we, God's wrathful agent, do correct their proud contempt that beat his peace to heaven. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. But Warwick, after God, thou settest me free, and chiefly therefore I thank God and thee. He was the author, thou the instrument. Thou art worthy of the sway, to whom the heavens in thy nativity adjudged an olive branch and laurel crown, as likely to be blessed in peace and war. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 6. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. One that hath ever been God's enemy. Then, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. If you do sweat to put a tyrant down, you sleep in peace, the tyrant being slain. If you do fight against your country's foes, your country's fat shall pay your pains the hire. If you do fight in safeguard of your wives shall welcome home the conquerors. If you do free your children from the sword, your children's children quitted in your age. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. In her days every man shall eat in safety, under his own vine what he plants, and sing the merry songs of peace to all his neighbors. God shall be truly known, and those about her from her shall read the perfect ways of honor, and by those claim their greatness, not by blood. Nor shall this peace sleep with her, but, as when the bird of wonder dies, the maiden phoenix her ashes new create another heir, as great in admiration as herself. So she shall leave her blessedness to one, when heaven shall call her from his cloud of darkness, who from the sacred ashes of her honor shall star-like rise, as great in fame as she was, and so stand fixed. Peace, plenty, love, truth, terror, that were the servants to this chosen infant, shall then be his, and like a vine grow to him, wherever the bright sun of heaven shall shine. His honor and the greatness of his name shall be, and make new nations. He shall flourish, and, like a mountain cedar, reach his branches to all the plains about him. Our children's children shall see this, and bless heaven. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 4. In the managing of quarrels you may see he is wise, for either he avoids them with discretion, or undertakes them with a Christian-like fear. If he do fear God, he must necessarily keep peace. If he break the peace, he ought to enter into a quarrel with fear and trembling. Much Ado, Act 2, Scene 3. Praise, thankfulness. God be praised and blessed. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 6. To celebrate the joy that God hath given us. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 6. Giving full trophy, signal, and ostent, quite from himself to God. Chorus to Henry V, Act 5. Then, heaven, set ope thy everlasting gates, to entertain my vows of thanks and praise. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 9. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thine arm alone, ascribe we all. Take it, God, for it is none but thine. And be it death proclaimed through our host, to boast of this or take that praise from God, which is his only. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 8. Let never day nor night unhallowed pass, but still remember what the Lord hath done. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. I myself will lead a private life, and in devotion spend my latter days, to sin's rebuke and my Creator's praise. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 6. Prayer. Now I am past all comfort here, but prayers. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. He is famed for mildness, peace, and prayer. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 1. The Church's prayers made him so prosperous. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 1. They have said their prayers, and they stay for death. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 2. I will wish her speedy strength, and visit her with my prayers. Coriolanus, Act 1, Scene 3. I stood and heard them, but they did say their prayers. See Conscience. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2. If, when you make your prayers, God should be so obdurate as yourselves. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 7. My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. I have toward heaven breathed a secret vow, to live in prayer and contemplation. Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 4. If ever danger do environ thee, commend thy grievance to my holy prayers. Two Gentlemen, Act 1, Scene 1. Our prayers do outpray his. Then let them have that mercy which true prayers ought to have. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 3. All lost, to prayers, all lost. The wills above be done, but I should fain die a dry death. Tempest, Act 1, Scene 1. My love till death, my humble thanks, my prayers, that love which virtue begs and virtue grants. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 2. Make of your prayers one sweet sacrifice, and lift my soul to heaven. See Faithfulness. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 1. His worst fault is that he is given to prayers. He is something peevish that way, but nobody but has his faults. Merry Wives, Act 1, Scene 4. In the course of justice, none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy, and that same prayer doth teach us all to render the deeds of mercy. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Have charged him at the 6th hour of morn, at noon, at midnight, to encounter me with orisons, for then I am in heaven for him. Cymbeline, Act 1, Scene 4. We, ignorant of ourselves, beg often our own harms, which the wise powers deny us for our good. So find we profit by losing of our prayers. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 2, Scene 1. One eye thou hast to look to heaven for grace. The sun with one eye vieweth all the world. Heaven, be thou gracious to none alive, if Salisbury wants mercy at thy hand. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 4. My ending is despair, unless I be relieved by prayer, which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself, and press all faults. Tempest, Epilogue. O thou, whose captain I account myself, look on my forces with a gracious eye. Make us thy ministers of chastisement, that we may praise thee in thy victory. To thee I do commend my watchful soul, ere I let fall the windows of mine eyes. Sleeping and waking, O defend me still. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. My prayers are not words duly hallowed, nor my wishes more worth than empty vanities. Yet prayers and wishes are all I can return. See Obedience, Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 3. O God, if my deep prayers cannot appease thee, but thou wilt be avenged on my misdeeds, yet execute thy wrath on me alone. O spare my guiltless wife and my poor children. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. When I would pray and think, I think and pray to several subjects. Heaven hath my empty words, whilst my invention, hearing not my tongue, anchors on Isabel. Heaven in my mouth, as if I did but only chew his name. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. O remember, God, to hear her prayer for them as now for us, and for my sister and her princely sons. Be satisfied, dear God, with our true blood, which, as thou know'st, unjustly must be spilt. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 3. Oh, here I lift this one hand up to heaven, and bow this feeble ruin to the earth. If any power pities wretched tears, to that I call. What, wilt thou kneel with me? Do then, dear heart, for heaven shall hear our prayers. Titus Andronicus, Act 3, Scene 1. Not with fond shekels of the tested gold, or stones, whose rates are either rich or poor as fancy values them, but with true prayers that shall be up at heaven and enter there ere sunrise, prayers from preserved souls. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. I throw mine hands, mine eyes, my heart to thee, thou setter up and plucker down of kings, beseeching thee, if with thy will it stands, that to my foes this body must be prey, yet that thy brazen gates of heaven may ope and give sweet passage to my sinful soul. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 3. Remember this, God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. What angels shall bless this unworthy husband? He cannot thrive unless her prayers, whom heaven delights to hear and loves to grant, reprieve him from the wrath of greatest justice. All's Well, Act 3, Scene 4. Pray can I not, though inclination be as sharp as will, and what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled, ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up, my fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. That for his prey to pray he doth begin, as if the heaven should countenance his sin. But in the midst of his unfruitful prayer, having solicited the eternal power, that his foul thoughts might encompass his fair, quoth he, the powers to whom I pray abhor this fact. How can they then assist me in the act? Lucrece, stanzas 49 and 50. Providence. We are in God's hands, brother. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 6. Heaven hath a hand in these events. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 2. There's such divinity doth hedge a king. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 5. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. There's a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. He that doth the ravens feed, yea, providently caters for the sparrow. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. Virtue preserved from fell destruction's blast, led on by heaven, and crowned with joy at last. Pericles, Act 5, Scene 3. The grace of heaven before, behind thee, and on every hand, and wheel thee round. Othello, Act 2, Scene 1. Arming myself with patience to stay the providence of some high powers that govern us below. Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 1. This was a venture, sir, that Jacob served for, a thing not in his power to bring to pass, but swayed and fashioned by the hand of heaven. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. There's a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. By a divine instinct, men's minds mistrust ensuing danger, as by proof we see the waters swell before a boisterous storm, but leave it all to God. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 3. The providence that's in a watchful state finds bottom in the uncomprehensive deeps, keeps place with thought, and almost, like the gods, does thoughts unveil in their dumb cradles. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Purity, honor, courage, rectitude. Heaven keep your honor safe. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. If I lose mine honor, I lose myself. Antony and Cleopatra, Act 3, Scene 4. A heart unspotted is not easily daunted. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. The valiant never taste of death but once. Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. Unstained thoughts do seldom dream on evil. Lucrece, stanza 13. There is no time so miserable but a man may be true. Timon, Act 4, Scene 3. Where I could not be honest, I never yet was valiant. King Lear, Act 5, Scene 1. The trust I have is in mine innocence, and therefore am I bold and resolute. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. He's truly valiant that wisely suffers the worst that man can breathe. Timon, Act 3, Scene 5. Mine honor is my life, both grow in one. Take honor from me, and my life is done. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. To thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. His words are bonds, his oaths are oracles, his love sincere, his thoughts immaculate, his tears pure messengers sent from his heart as far from fraud as heaven from earth. Two Gentlemen, Act 2, Scene 7. Mine honor keeps the weather of my fate. Life every man holds dear, but the dear man holds honor far more precious dear than life. Troilus and Cressida, Act 5, Scene 3. 'Tis the mind that makes the body rich, and as the sun breaks through the darkest clouds, so honor peereth in the meanest habit. Taming of the Shrew, Act 4, Scene 3. God forbid that you should fashion, rest, or bow your reading, or nicely charge your understanding soul with open titles miscreate or spurious. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 2. Shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched mine arm so far to be afeard to tell gray beards the truth? Decius, go tell them, Caesar will not come. Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. Love thyself last. Cherish those hearts that hate thee. Corruption wins not more than honesty. Still, in thy hand carry gentle peace to silence envious tongues. Be just, and fear not. Let all the ends thou aim'st at be thy country's, thy God's, and truth's. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death in the other, and I will look on both indifferently. For let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honor more than I fear death. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass by me as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me, for I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. He was a scholar, and a ripe and good one, exceeding wise, fair-spoken and persuading, lofty and sour to them that loved him not, but to those men that sought him, sweet as summer. And, to add greater honors to his age than man could give him, he died fearing God. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. Oh, that estates, degrees, and offices were not derived corruptly, and that clear honor were purchased by the merit of the wearer. How many men then should cover that stand bare? How many commanded that command? How much low peasantry would then be gleaned from the true seed of honor? Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 9. The purest treasure mortal times afford is spotless reputation. That away, men are but gilded loam or painted clay. Mine honor is my life, both grow in one. Take honor from me, and my life is done. Then, dear my liege, mine honor let me try, in that I live, and for that will I die. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. Not a man, for being simply man, hath any honor, but honor for those honors that are without him, as place, riches, favor, prizes of accident, as oft as merit, which, when they fall, as being slippery standers, the love that leaned on them, as slippery too, doth one pluck down another, and together die in the fall. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. Master, go on, and I will follow thee to the last gasp with truth and loyalty. From 17 years till now almost fourscore, here lived I, but now live here no more. At 17 years many their fortunes seek, but at fourscore it is too late a week. Yet fortune cannot recompense me better than to die well, and not my master's debtor. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. It shall scarce boot me to say not guilty. Mine integrity, being counted falsehood, shall, as I express it, be so received. But thus, if powers divine behold our human actions, as they do, I doubt not then, but innocence shall make false accusation blush, and tyranny tremble at patience. You, my lord, best know, who least will seem to do so, my past life hath been as continent, as chaste, as true, as I am now unhappy, which is more than history can pattern, though devised and played to take spectators. For behold me, a fellow of the royal bed, which owe a moiety of the throne, a great king's daughter, the mother to a hopeful prince, here standing to prate and talk for life and honor, for who please to come and hear. For life, I prize it as I weigh grief, which I would spare. For honor, 'tis a derivative from me to mine, and only that I stand for. Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 2. She dwells so securely on the excellency of her honor that the folly of my suit dares not present itself. She is too bright to be looked against. Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 2. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 2,000. Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition, that she holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Redemption, atonement. Now, by the death of him that died for all. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. To renounce his baptism all seals and symbols of redeemed sin. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Why, all the souls that were forfeit once, and he that might the vantage best have took, found out the remedy. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. As surely as my soul intends to live with that dread king, that took our state upon him to free us from his father's wrathful curse. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. I charge you, as you hope to have redemption by Christ's dear blood, shed for our grievous sins, that you depart and lay no hands upon me. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. Renowned for their needs as far from home, for Christian service and true chivalry, as is the sepulchre in stubborn Jewry of the world's ransom, blessed Mary's Son. Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. I every day expect an embassage from my Redeemer to redeem me hence, and more to peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth. Richard III, Act 2, Scene 1. See also Shakespeare's Will. Religious vows and oaths. Religious canons, civil laws are cruel. Timon, Act 4, Scene 3. He heard him swear and vow to God. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 4, Scene 3. Unheedful vows may heedfully be broken. Two Gentlemen, Act 2, Scene 6. With the divine forfeit of his soul upon oath. All's Well, Act 3, Scene 6. 'Tis deadly sin to keep that oath, and sin to break it. Love's Labor, Act 2, Scene 1. An oath, I have an oath in heaven. Shall I lay perjury on my soul? Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. He hath given countenance to his speech with almost all the holy vows of heaven. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Having sworn too hard a keeping oath, study to break it, and not break my troth. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 1. And by our holy Sabbath have I sworn to have the due and perfect of my bond. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Hold your vow. Nor God nor I delights in perjured men. Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. Do not break your oaths, for of that sin my mild entreaty shall not make you guilty. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 1. And cracking the strong warrant of an oath marked with a blot, damned in the book of heaven. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. It is the purpose that makes strong the vow, but vows to every purpose must not hold. Troilus and Cressida, Act 5, Scene 3. By God's will, by him that made me, I'll maintain my words on any plot of ground in Christendom. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 4. To keep that oath were more impiety than Jephthah's when he sacrificed his daughter. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 1. 'Tis not the many oaths that make the truth, but the plain, single vow, that is vowed true. What is not holy, that we swear not by, but take the highest to witness. All's Well, Act 4, Scene 2. This in the name of God I promise here. The wish, if he be pleased, I shall perform, and I will die 100,000 deaths ere break the smallest parcel of this vow. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 2. Married in league, coupled and linked together with all religious strength of sacred vows. O let thy vow first make to heaven, first be to heaven performed. It is religion that doth make vows kept, but thou hast sworn against religion. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. I took an oath that he should quietly reign, but for a kingdom any oath may be broken. I would break 1,000 oaths to reign 1 year. No, God forbid your grace should be forsworn. An oath is of no moment, being not took before a true and lawful magistrate, that hath authority over him that swears. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 1, Scene 2. No, not an oath, if not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time's abuse. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. What other oath than honesty to honesty engaged, that this shall be, or we will fail for it? Unto bad causes swear such creatures as men doubt, but do not stain the even virtue of our enterprise, nor the insuppressive metal of our spirits, to think that, or our cause, or our performance, did need an oath. Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 1. Canst thou dispense with heaven for such an oath? It is a great sin to swear unto a sin, but greater sin to keep a sinful oath. Who can be bound by any solemn vow to do a murderous deed, to rob a man, to force a spotless virgin's chastity, to reave the orphan of his patrimony, to wring the widow from her customed right, and have no other reason for this wrong, but that he was bound by a solemn oath? Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 1. Heaven's wrong is most of all, if thou didst fear to break an oath with him. The unity, the king my husband made, thou hadst not broken, nor my brothers died. If thou hadst feared to break an oath by him, the imperial metal circling now thy head had graced the tender temples of my child, and both the princes had been breathing here, which now, two tender bedfellows for dust, thy broken faith hath made the prey for worms. What canst thou swear by now? Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. Lucius. Whom should I swear by? Thou believest no God that granted, how canst thou believe an oath? Aaron. What if I do not, as indeed I do not? Yet, for I know thou art religious, and hast a thing within thee called conscience, therefore I urge thy oath, for that I know an idiot holds his bauble for a god, and keeps the oath which by that god he swears. To that I'll urge him. Therefore thou shalt vow by that same God, what God soe'er it be, that thou adorest and hast in reverence. Lucius. Even by my God I swear to thee, I will. Titus Andronicus, Act 5, Scene 1. Religious observance, worship. You shall not only take the sacrament. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. Go, bid the priests do present sacrifice. Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. As we have taken the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 4. When holy and devout religious men are at their beads, 'tis much to draw them thence, so sweet is zealous contemplation. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 7. Came to the altar where she kneeled, and saint-like cast her fair eye to heaven, and prayed devoutly. The choir, with all the choicest music of the kingdom, together sung Te Deum. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 1. True it is that we have seen better days, and have with holy bell been knolled to church, and wiped our eyes of drops that sacred pity hath engendered. See Man. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Stoop, boys. This gate instructs you how to adore the heavens, and bows you to a morning's holy office. The gates of monarchs are arched so high that giants may jet through and keep their impious turbans on, without good morrow to the sun. Hail, thou fair heaven, we house in the rock. Hail, heaven. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 3. Hanging a golden stamp about their necks, put on with holy prayers, and 'tis spoken to the succeeding royalty he leaves the healing benediction. With this strange virtue he hath a heavenly gift of prophecy. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Bishop of Winchester. He was a king, blessed of the King of Kings. Unto the French the dreadful judgment day so dreadful will not be, as was his sight. The battles of the Lord of hosts he fought. The church's prayers made him so prosperous. Duke of Gloucester. The church, where is it? Hath not churchman prayed, his thread of life had not so soon decayed. Winchester. Thy wife is proud, she holdeth thee in awe, more than God or religious churchman may. Gloucester. Name not religion, for thou lov'st the flesh, and ne'er throughout the year to church thou goest, except it be to pray against thy foes. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 1. Religious beliefs, practices, superstitions. This hand of yours requires a sequester for liberty, fasting and prayer, much castigation, exercise devout. Othello, Act 3, Scene 4. That is a fair young maid that yet wants baptism. You must be godfather and answer for her. I long to have this young one made a Christian. Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 2. God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary. Not for all this land would I be guilty of so great a sin. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 1. Here's a prophet that I brought with me from forth the streets of Pomfret, whom I found with many hundreds treading on his heels, to whom he sung in rude, harsh-sounding rhymes, that ere the next Ascension Day at noon your Highness should deliver up your crown. Is this Ascension Day? Did not the prophet say that before Ascension Day at noon my crown I should give off? Even so I have. I did suppose it should be on constraint, but, heaven be thanked, it is but voluntary. King John, Act 4, Scene 2, Act 5, Scene 1. All his mind is bent to holiness, to number Ave Marias on his beads. His champions are the prophets and apostles, his weapons, holy saws of sacred writ. His study is his tilt-yard, and his loves are brazen images of canonized saints. I would the colleges of the cardinals would choose him pope and carry him to Rome, and set the triple crown upon his head that were a state fit for his holiness. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. Heaven and our gracious Lady hath it pleased to shine on my contemptible estate. God's mother deigned to appear to me, and in a vision full of majesty willed me to leave my base vocation and free my country from calamity. Stay, stay thy hands. Thou art an Amazon, and fightest with the sword of Deborah. Christ's mother helps me, else I were too weak. Was Mahomet inspired with a dove? Thou with an eagle art inspired then. Helen, the mother of great Constantine, nor yet St. Philip's daughters were like thee. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. First Clown. Is she to be buried in Christian burial that wilfully seeks her own salvation? Second Clown. I tell thee she is, and therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath set on her, and finds it Christian burial. First Clown. How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defense? Second Clown. Why, 'tis found so. First Clown. It must be se offendido. It cannot be else, for here lies the point. If I drowned myself wittingly, it argues an act, and an act hath three branches. It is to act, to do, and to perform. Argal, she drowned herself wittingly. Second Clown. Nay, but hear you, good man Delver. First Clown. Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is, will he, nil he goes. Mark you that? But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he that is not guilty of his own death shortens not his own life. Second Clown. But is this law? First Clown. Ay, marry, is't. Crowner's quest law. Second Clown. Will you have the truth on it? If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial. First Clown. Why, there thou sayest, and the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than their even Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave-makers. They hold up Adam's profession. Second Clown. Was he a gentleman? First Clown. He was the first that ever bore arms. Second Clown. Why, he had none. First Clown. What, art a heathen? How dost thou understand the Scripture? The Scripture says, Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? First Priest. Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and, but that great command o'ersways the order, she should in ground unsanctified have lodged till the last trumpet. For charitable prayers, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she is allowed her virgin rites, her maiden struments, and the bringing home of bell and burial. Laertes. Must there no more be done? First Priest. No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem, and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. Remorse. See Conscience. The urging of that word, judgment, hath bred a kind of remorse in me. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. Unnatural deeds do breed unnatural troubles. Infected minds to their deaf pillows will discharge their secrets. More needs she the divine than the physician. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1. Yet here's a spot. Out, damned spot, out, I say. Here's the smell of blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh, oh, oh. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1. That Cardinal Beaufort is at a point of death, for suddenly a grievous sickness took him, that makes him gasp and stare and catch the air, blaspheming God and cursing men on earth. Sometimes he talks as if Duke Humphrey's ghost were by his side. Sometimes he calls the king and whispers to his pillow, as to him, the secrets of his overcharged soul. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. Better be with the dead, whom we to gain our peace have sent to peace, than on the torture of the mind to lie in restless ecstasy. Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst. Nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further. Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 2. Make thick my blood, stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my woman's breasts, and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blankness of the dark to cry, Hold, hold! Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 5. Where should Othello go? Now, how dost thou look now, O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock? When we shall meet at Compt, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed, cursed slave, whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. O Desdemona, dead, dead, Desdemona, dead. Oh, oh. Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. You are three men of sin, whom destiny, that hath to instrument this lower world and what is in it, the never surfeited sea hath caused to belch up, and on this island where man doth not inhabit, you mongst men being most unfit to live. Oh, it is monstrous, monstrous. Methought the billows spoke and told me of it. The winds did sing it to me, and the thunder, that deep and dreadful organ pipe, pronounced the name of Prosper. It did base my trespass. Their great guilt, like poison given to work a great time after, now gins to bite the spirits. Tempest, Act 3, Scene 3. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up, my fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot me, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offense? In the corrupted currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. Have mercy, Jesu, soft I did but dream. O coward conscience, how dost thou afflict me? The light burns blue, it is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard, that is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason, why? lest I revenge, what, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no, alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain, yet I lie, I am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury, foul perjury in the highest degree, murder, stern murder in the durst degree, all several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar crying all, guilty, guilty. I shall despair, there's no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself? Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat to morrow's vengeance on the head of Richard. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. Repentance, penitence. Woe that too late repents. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 4. God of his mercy give you true repentance. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. Is't it enough I am sorry? Must I repent? Cymbeline, Act 5, Scene 4. I do repent me, as it is an evil, and like the shame, with joy. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 3. Men shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours gives leisure to repent. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. Our purposes God justly hath discovered, and I repent my fault more than my death. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. The breath of heaven hath blown his spirit out, and strewed repentant ashes on his head. King John, Act 4, Scene 1. I repent. There is no sure foundation set on blood, no certain life achieved by others' death. King John, Act 4, Scene 2. Fear and not love begets his penitence. Forget to pity him, lest thy pity prove a serpent that will sting thee to the heart. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 3. Who by repentance is not satisfied is not of heaven nor earth. For these are pleased, by penitence the Eternal's wrath appeased. Two Gentlemen, Act 5, Scene 4. I'll teach you how you shall arraign your conscience, and try your penitence, if it be sound, or hollowly put on. But, lest you do repent, as that the sin hath brought you to this shame, which sorrow is always towards ourselves, not heaven, showing we would not serve heaven as we love it, but as we stand in fear. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 3. I am sorry that such sorrow I procure, and so deep sticks it in my penitent heart, that I crave death more willingly than mercy 'tis my deserving, and I do entreat it. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Try what repentance can, what can it not? Yet what can it when one cannot repent? O wretched state, O bosom black as death, O limed soul that, struggling to be free, art more engaged. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. The breath no sooner left his father's body, but that his wildness, mortified in him, seemed to die too. Yea, at that very moment consideration like an angel came, and whipped the offending Adam out of him, leaving his body as a paradise. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 1. You have performed a saint-like sorrow. No fault could you make which you have not redeemed. Indeed, pay down more penitence than done trespass. At the last do, as the heavens have done, forget your evil. With them, forgive yourself. Winter's Tale, Act 5, Scene 1. Full of repentance, continual meditations, tears, and sorrows, he gave his honors to the world again, his blessed part to heaven, and slept in peace. And, to add greater honors to his age than man could give, he died fearing God. Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst ranked corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them ranker. Forgive me this my virtue, for in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue itself of vice must pardon beg. Yes, curb and woo for leave to do him good. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. O Lord, oh, not today, think not upon the fault my father made in compassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor I have in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up toward heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priests sing still for Richard's soul. More will I do, though all that I can do is nothing worth, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Well, I'll repent, and that suddenly, while I am in some liking. I shall be out of heart shortly, and then I shall have no strength to repent. And I have not forgotten what the inside of a church is made of. I am a peppercorn, a brewer's horse, the inside of a church. Company, villainous company, hath been the spoil of me. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 3. Revenges, curses, hate. If you will have revenge, from hell you shall. Titus Andronicus, Act 4, Scene 3. Can curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven? Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Hope of revenge shall hide our inward woe. Troilus and Cressida, Act 5, Scene 11. Can vengeance be pursued further than death? Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene 3. I am revenge, sent from the infernal kingdom to ease the gnawing vulture of thy mind by working wreakful vengeance on thy foes. Titus Andronicus, Act 5, Scene 2. Curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Vengeance is in my heart, death in my hand. Blood and revenge are hammering in my head. Titus Andronicus, Act 2, Scene 3. Beyond the infinite and boundless reach of mercy, if thou didst this deed of death, art thou damned. King John, Act 4, Scene 3. Heaven's is the quarrel, let heaven revenge, for I may never lift an angry arm against his minister. Richard II, Act 2, Scene 2. To see this sight, it irks my very soul. Withhold revenge, dear God. 'Tis not my fault, nor wittingly have I infringed my vow. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 2. Revenge upon you all, and in that hope I throw mine eyes to heaven, scorning whatever you can afflict me with. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 1, Scene 4. The guilt of conscience take thou for thy labor, but neither my good word nor princely favor. With Cain go wander through the shade of night, and never show thy head by day nor light. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 6. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell! Thou hadst but power over this mortal body. Foul devil, for God's sake hence, and trouble us not, for thou hast made the happy earth thy hell. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. O God, which this blood madest, revenge his death. O earth, which this blood drinkst, revenge his death. Either, heaven, with lightning strike the murderer dead, or earth, gape open wide and eat him quick. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. Here on my knees I vow to God above, I'll never pause again, never stand still, till either death hath closed these eyes of mine, or fortune given me a measure of revenge. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 3. Not on thy soul, but on thy soul, harsh Jew, thou mak'st thy knife keen, but no metal can, no, not the hangman's axe, bear half the keenness of thy sharp envy. Can no prayers pierce thee? Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Cursed be that heart that forced us to this shift. Write thou, good niece, and here display at last what God will have discovered for revenge. Heaven guide thy pen to print thy sorrows plain, that we may know the traitors and the truth. Titus Andronicus, Act 4, Scene 1. And by our holy Sabbath have I sworn to have the due and forfeit of my bond. You'll ask me why I rather choose to have a weight of carrion flesh than to receive 3,000 ducats. I'll not answer that, but say it is my humor. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. O villains, vipers, damned without redemption, dogs, easily won to fawn on any man, snakes in my heart-blood warmed that sting my heart, 3 Judases, each one thrice worse than Judas. Would they make peace? Terrible hell make war upon their spotted souls for this offense. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Thou shalt stand cursed and excommunicate, and blessed shall he be that doth revolt from his allegiance to an heretic. And meritorious shall that hand be called, canonized and worshipped as a saint, that takes away by any secret course thy hateful life. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. If heaven have any grievous plague in store, exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, O let them keep it till thy sins be ripe. Then hurl down their indignation on thee, the troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Now I might do it. Pat, now he's praying. And now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven. And so am I revenged? That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Why, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as fresh as May. And how his audit stands, who knows, save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged? To take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid bent. when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasures of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. If you wrong us, shall we not revenge? If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be by Christian example? Why, revenge. Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 1. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Salvation. Relent and save your souls. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. In the course of justice, none of us should see salvation. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Heaven's above all, and there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. As surely as my soul intends to live with that dread king, that took our state upon him to free us from his father's wrathful curse. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. It were pity but they should suffer salvation, body and soul. Much Ado, Act 3, Scene 3. The means that heaven yields must be embraced and not neglected. Else, if heaven would, and we will not, heaven's offer we refuse. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Satan, Devil. The eternal devil to keep his state. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. No man means evil, but the devil. Merry Wives, Act 5, Scene 2. By the devil's illusions the monk might be deceived. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 2. There's a good angel about him, but the devil outbids him too. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 4. Let me say amen betimes, lest the devil cross my prayer. Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 1. Nay, if the devil have given thee proof for sin, thou wilt prove his. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. The Black Prince, alias the Prince of Darkness, alias the Devil. All's Well, Act 4, Scene 5. An angel is not evil. I should have feared her had she been a devil. Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. Let the devil be sometime honored for his burning throne. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Shame the devil by telling truth. Tell truth and shame the devil. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1. Are you a man? Aye, and a bold one, that dare look on that which might appall the devil. Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. I'll call for clubs, if you will not away. This cardinal is no more haughty than the devil. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 3. No, he's in Tartar limbo, worse than hell, a devil in an everlasting garment hath him fell. One whose hard heart is buttoned up with steel, who knows no touch of mercy, cannot feel. A fiend, a fury, pitiless and rough, a wolf, nay, worse, a fellow all in buff. A back friend, a shoulder clapper, one that countermands the passages and alleys, creeks and narrow lands. A hound that runs counter, and yet draws dry foot well, one that, before the judgment, carries poor souls to hell. Comedy of Errors, Act 4, Scene 2. I would it were hell pains for thy sake, and my poor doing eternal. He is my good Lord, whom I serve above is my master. Who? God? Aye, sir. The devil it is, that's thy master. All's Well, Act 2, Scene 3. How agrees the devil and thee about thy soul, that thou soldest him? The devil shall have his bargain, for he was never yet a breaker of proverbs. He will give the devil his due. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. Satan, avoid, I charge thee, tempt me not. Master, is this mistress Satan? It is the devil. Nay, she is worse. She is the devil's dam. It is written, they appear to men like angels of light. Light is an effective fire, and fire will burn. Marry, he must have a long spoon that must eat with the devil. I charge thee, Satan, housed within this man, to yield possession to my holy prayers, and to thy state of darkness hie thee straight. I conjure thee by all the saints in heaven. Comedy of Errors, Act 4, Scene 3. The Scriptures. The devil can cite Scripture for his purpose. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. How dost thou understand the Scriptures? The Scripture says, Adam digged. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. His champions are the prophets and apostles, his weapons, holy saws of sacred writ. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. Trifles, light as air, are to the zealous confirmation strong as proofs of holy writ. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. The better sort, as thoughts of things divine, are intermixed with scruples, and do set forth the faith itself against the faith. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 5. Footnote. The faith is used here in the sense of the word. See Bishop Wordsworth and others. Returning to the text. Sin, sinners. Think on thy sins. Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. I know it is a sin to be a mocker. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2. God forgive the sin of all those souls. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. Nothing emboldens sin so much as mercy. Timon, Act 3, Scene 5. Who lives that's not depraved, or depraves. Timon, Act 1, Scene 2. Thy sin's not accidental, but a trade. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. Forbear to judge, for we are sinners all. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 3. If the devil have given thee proofs for sin, Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. All offenses come from the heart. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 8. She is proud. It was Eve's legacy. Two Gentlemen, Act 3, Scene 1. So should I give consent to flatter sin. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 5. Sin ne'er gives a fee, he gratis comes. Lucrece, stanza 131. Heaven, lay not my transgression to my charge. King John, Act 1, Scene 1. Wickedness is sin, and sin is damnation. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2. If it be a sin to make a true election, she is damned. Cymbeline, Act 1, Scene 3. Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 1. And he bears the burden of a guilty mind. Lucrece, stanza 105. Self-love is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 4. Look you, the sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 5. In thy orisons be all thy sins remembered. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. I am a man more sinned against than sinning. King Lear, Act 3, Scene 2. Oh, what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 1. Oh, deeper sin than bottomless conceit can comprehend in still imagination. Lucrece, stanza 101. But no perfection is so absolute that some impurity doth not pollute. Lucrece, stanza 122. You are a maid, old man. If the sins of your youth are forgiven you, you're well to live. Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 3. I do see the very book indeed where all my sins are writ, and that's myself. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. And in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, sits sin, to seize the souls that wander by him. Lucrece, stanza 126. Self-love, which is the most inhibited, forbidden, sin in the canon. All's Well, Act 1, Scene 1. Only sin and hellish obstinacy tie thy tongue, that truth should be suspected. All's Well, Act 1, Scene 3. What sin you do to save a brother's life, nature dispenses with the deed so far that it becomes a virtue. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. An accessory by thine inclination to all sins past and all that are to come, from the creation to the general doom. Lucrece, stanza 132. Have you a ruffian that will swear, drink, dance, revel the night, rob, murder, and commit the oldest sins the newest kind of ways? Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. The blackest sin is cleared with absolution. The eye of heaven is out, and misty night covers the shame that follows sweet delight. Lucrece, stanza 51. So from himself impiety hath wrought, that for his prey to pray he doth begin, as if the heaven should countenance his sin. Lucrece, stanza 49. Men's faults do seldom to themselves appear. Their own transgressions partially they smother. This guilt would seem death-worthy in thy brother. Lucrece, stanza 91. I grant him bloody, luxurious, avaricious, false, deceitful, sudden, malicious smacking of every sin that has a name. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. If I in act, consent, or sin of thought be guilty of the stealing that sweet breath, which was embounded in this beauteous clay, let hell want pains enough to torture me. I left him well. King John, Act 4, Scene 3. Where's that palace whereinto foul things sometimes intrude not? Who has a breast so pure, but some uncleanly apprehensions keep leets and law days, and in sessions sit with meditations lawful? Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. Thy sins are visited in this poor child. The canon of the law is laid on him, being but the second generation removed from thy sin-conceiving womb. He's not only plagued for her sin, but God hath made her sin and her the plague. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. For he's no man on whom perfections wait, that, knowing sin within, will touch the gate. You're a fair viol, and your sense the strings, who, fingered to make man his lawful music, would draw heaven down and all the gods to hearken. But, being played upon before your time, hell only danceth to so harsh a chime. Few love to hear the sins they love to act. How courtesy would seem to cover sin, when what is done is like an hypocrite, the which is good in nothing but in sight. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1. Oh, hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Show men dutiful? Why, so didst thou. Seem they grave and learned? Why, so didst thou. Come they of noble family? Why, so didst thou. Seem they religious? Why, so didst thou. Or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in purged judgment trusting neither? Such and so finely bolted didst thou seem, and thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot, to mark the full-fraught man, and best endued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee, for this revolt of thine, methinks, is like another fall of man. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things, that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my back than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are errant knaves all, believe none of us. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Sin, insecurity, and effects of. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. They say blood will have blood. Stones have been known to move, and trees to speak. Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. But oh, it presses to my memory, like damned guilt deeds to sinners' minds. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 2. Alack, when once our grace we have forgot, nothing goes right. We would, and we would not. Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 4. The times conspire with you, for he that steeps his safety in true blood shall find but bloody safety, and untrue. King John, Act 3, Scene 4. O sirs, consider, they that set you on to do this deed will hate you for the deed. Well, I'll go hide this body in some hole, till that the Duke give order for his burial. And when I have my meed, I will away, for this will not, and then I must not stay. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great amiss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself, in fearing to be spilt. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 5. The flesh being proud, desire doth fight with grace, for there it revels, and when that decays, the guilty rebel for remission prays. So fares it with this faultful lord of Rome, who this accomplishment so hotly chased. For now against himself he sounds this doom, that through the length of times he stands disgraced. Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, to whose weak ruins muster troops of cares, to ask the spotted princess how she fares. She says her subjects with foul insurrection have battered down her consecrated wall, and by their mortal fault brought in subjection her immortality and made her thrall to living death and pain perpetual, which in her prescience she controlled still, but her foresight could not forestall their will. See Lust, Lucrece, stanzas 102 to 104. Sin, tendency, and deceitfulness of. One sin I know another doth provoke, murders as near to lust as flame to smoke. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 1. Sometimes we are devils to ourselves when we tempt the frailty of our powers, presuming on their changeful potency. Troilus and Cressida, Act 4, Scene 4. Heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whate'er thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy looks should nothing thence but sweetness tell. How like Eve's apple doth thy beauty grow, if thy sweet virtue answer not thy show. Sonnet 93. I am in so far in blood that sin will pluck on sin. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 2. O God, what mischiefs work the wicked ones, heaping confusion on their own heads thereby. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. What rein can hold licentious wickedness when down the hill he holds his fierce career? Henry V, Act 3, Scene 3. To persist in doing wrong extenuates not wrong, but makes it much more heavy. Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 2. To kill, I grant, is sin's extremest gust, but in defense, by mercy, 'tis most just. To be in anger is impiety, but who is man that is not angry? Timon, Act 3, Scene 5. The king becoming graces, as justice, verity, temperance, stableness, bounty, perseverance, mercy, lowliness, devotion, patience, courage, fortitude, I have no relish of them, but abound in the division of each several crime, acting it many ways. Nay, had I power, I should pour the sweet milk of concord into hell, uproar the universal peace, confound all unity on earth. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Sin of self-love possesseth all mine eye, and all my soul, and all my every part. And for this sin there is no remedy, it is so grounded inward in my heart. Methinks no face so gracious is as mine, no shape so true, no truth of such account. And for myself mine own worth do define, as I all other in all worths surmount. But when my glass shows me myself indeed, beaded and chopped with tanned antiquity, mine own self-love quite contrary I read. Self so loving were iniquity. 'Tis thee, myself, that for myself I praise, painting my age with beauty of thy days. Sonnet 62. Slander, malice. Virtue itself scapes not calumnious strokes. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Pierced to the soul with slander's venomed spear. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. Done to death by slanderous tongues was the hero that lies here. Much Ado, Act 5, Scene 3. I have heard you preach that malice was a great and grievous sin. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1. Slander lives upon succession, for ever housed where it gets possession. Comedy of Errors, Act 3, Scene 1. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. God forbid any malice should prevail, that faultless may condemn a nobleman. Pray God he may acquit him of suspicion. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 2. What, Cardinal, is your priesthood grown peremptory? Tetine animis coestibus ire. Churchmen so hot? Good uncle, hide such malice. With such holiness can you do it? Henry VI, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 1. O let my sovereign turn away his face, and bid his ears a little while be deaf, till I have told this slander of his blood, how God and good men hate so foul a liar. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. That thou art blamed shall not be thy defect, for slander's mark was ever yet the fair. The ornament of beauty is suspect, a crow that flies in heaven's sweetest air. So thou be good, slander doth but approve thy worth the greater, being wooed of time. For canker vice the sweetest buds doth grow, and thou presentest a pure, unstained prime. Sonnet 70. So, happy slander, whose whisper o'er the world's diameter, as level as the cannon to his blank, transports his poisoned shot, may miss our name and hit the woundless air. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 1. Traduced by ignorant tongues, let me say 'tis but the fate of place, and the rough break that virtue must go through. We must not stint our necessary actions in the fear to cope malicious censurers. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 2. The shrug, the hum, or ha, these petty brands that calumny doth use, oh, I am out, that mercy does, for calumny will sear virtue itself. These shrugs, these hums and haws, when you have said, she's goodly, come between, ere you can say, she's honest. Winter's Tale, Act 2, Scene 1. I say thou hast belied my innocent child. Thy slander hath gone through and through her heart, and she lies buried with her ancestors. Oh, in a tomb where never scandal slept, save this of hers, framed by thy villainy, and she is dead, slandered to death by villains. Much Ado, Act 5, Scene 1. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. No, 'tis slander whose edge is sharper than the sword, whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile, whose breath rides on the posting winds, and doth belie all corners of the world. Kings, queens, and states, maids, matrons, nay, the secrets of the grave, this viperous slander enters. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 4. No might nor greatness in mortality can censure 'scape. Back wounding calumny the whitest virtue strikes. What king so strong can tie the gall up in the slanderous tongue? Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. If thou dost slander her and torture me, never pray more, abandon all remorse. On horror's head horrors accumulate. Do deeds to make heaven weep, all earth amazed, for nothing canst thou to damnation add greater than that. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. Let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse, for if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. I will be hanged if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating rogue, some cogging, cozening slave, to get some office, have not devised this slander. I'll be hanged else. Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. Oh, that I were a man! What, bear her in hand till they come to take hands? And then with public accusation, uncovered slander, unmitigated rancor? O God, that I were a man! I would eat his heart in the marketplace. Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 2. Sorrow, grief, sympathy. Sorrow ends not when it seemeth done. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 2. Sweet are the uses of adversity. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1. He jests at scars that never felt a wound. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. It is a greater grief to bear love's wrong than hate's known injury. Sonnet 40. Great griefs I see, medicine the less. Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. One woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 7. One sorrow never comes, but brings an heir that may succeed as his inheritor. Pericles, Act 1, Scene 4. When sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 5. Sorrow concealed, like an oven stopped, doth burn the heart to cinders. Titus Andronicus, Act 2, Scene 5. Give sorrow words. The grief that does not speak whispers the overfraught heart and bids it break. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Sorrow breaks seasons and reposing hours, makes the night morning and the noontide night. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 4. But sorrow that is couched in seeming gladness is like the mirth fate turns to sudden sadness. Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 1. Therefore be merry, since sudden sorrow serves to say thus, some good thing comes tomorrow. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 4, Scene 2. Wherever sorrow is, relief would be. If you do sorrow at my grief in love, by giving love, your sorrow and my grief were both extermined. As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 5. Sad souls are slain in merry company. Grief best is pleased with grief's society. True sorrow then is feelingly sufficed when, with like semblance, it is sympathized. Lucrece, stanza 159. Who alone suffers, suffers most in the mind, leaving free things and happy shows behind. But then the mind much sufferance doth o'erskip, when grief hath mates and bearing fellowship. King Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. Is not my sorrow deep, having no bottom? And be my heart an ever-burning hell, these miseries are more than may be borne. To weep with them that weep doth ease some deal, but sorrow flouted at is double death. Titus Andronicus, Act 3, Scene 1. Men can counsel and speak comfort to that grief which they themselves not feel, but tasting it, their counsel turns to passion, which before would give precipital medicine to rage, fetter strong madness in a silken thread, charm ache with air and agony with words. Much Ado, Act 5, Scene 1. 'Tis sweet and commendable in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow, but to persevere in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, and understanding simple and unschooled. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Grief fills the room up of an absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me of all his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments with his form. Then have I reason to be fond of grief. Fare you well. Had you such a loss as I could give better comfort than you do. O Lord, my boy, my Arthur, my fair son, my life, my joy, my food, my all the world, my widow comfort, and my sorrow's cure. King John, Act 3, Scene 4. There are numerous references to God and heaven as the source of comfort and help in affliction. News is brought to Henry VI that all his possessions in France were lost as a result of war, and he exclaims, "Cold news, but God's will be done." Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. The Duke of Buckingham is informed that he is arrested on a charge of high treason, and he answers, "The will of heaven be done in this and all things. I obey." Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. You do surely but bar the door upon your own liberty, if you deny your griefs to your friends. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. Moderate lamentation is the right of the dead. Excessive grief is the enemy of the living. All's Well, Act 1, Scene 1. Soul. O God, I have an ill-divining soul. Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 5. My soul shall wait on thee to heaven. King John, Act 5, Scene 7. The immortal part needs a physician. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 2. Take my soul, my body, soul, and all. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 3. Oh, God, defend my soul from such deep sin. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. Think'st thou I'll endanger my soul gratis? Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 2. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. I do in justice charge thee, on thy soul's peril. Winter's Tale, Act 2, Scene 3. Banquo, thy soul's flight, if it find heaven, must find it out tonight. Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 2. Look, who comes here? A grave unto a soul, holding the eternal spirit against her will. King John, Act 3, Scene 4. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument, and her immortal part with angels lives. Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene 1. By heaven he shall not have a Scot of them. No, if a Scot would save his soul, he shall not. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 3. I'll send some holy bishop to entreat, for God forbid, so many simple souls should perish by the sword. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. Sweet rest to his soul. Warwick bids you all farewell to meet in heaven. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 2. Whose soul is that which takes her heavy leave? A deadly groan, like life and death's departing. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 6. Heavens above all, and there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. I will deal in this as secretly and justly as your soul should with your body. Much Ado, Act 4, Scene 1. I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. He dives into the king's soul, and there scatters dangers, doubts, wringing of the conscience, tears and despairs. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 2. For what I speak, my body shall make good upon this earth, or my divine soul answer it in heaven. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. This is All Souls' Day, is it not? By the false faith of him whom most I trusted, this All Souls' Day to my fearful soul. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 1. Or by the worth of mine eternal soul, O grace, O heaven, forgive me. Are you a man? Have you a soul or sense? God be with you. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. Look how the floor of heaven is thick inlaid with patines of bright gold. There's not the smallest orb which thou behold'st, but in his motion like an angel sings, still choiring to the young-eyed cherubins, such harmony is in immortal souls. Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. Isabel, I had rather give my body than my soul. Angelo, I talk not of your soul. Our compelled sins stand more for number than account. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. I do love thee so, that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hands. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 1. It is too late. The life of all his blood is touched corruptly, and his pure brain, which some suppose the soul's frail dwelling-house, doth by the idle comments that it makes foretell the ending of mortality. 'Tis strange that death should sing. I am the signet to this pale, faint swan, who chants a doleful hymn to his own death, and from the organ pipe of frailty sings his soul and body to their lasting rest. And then my soul shall wait on thee to heaven, as it on earth hath been thy servant still. King John, Act 5, Scene 7. See also Sonnet 146 at the close of the chapter on Immortality, Book 3rd. Suicide. Oh, that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. But life, being weary of these worldly bars, never lacks power to dismiss itself. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 3. Against self-slaughter there is a prohibition so divine that cravens my weak hand. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 4. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death? Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Then is it sin to rush into the secret house of death, ere death dare come to us? Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 13. Wilt thou slay thyself, and slay thy lady too that lives in thee, by doing damned hate upon thyself? Why rail'st thou on thy birth, the heaven and earth, since birth and heaven and earth all three do meet in thee at once, which thou at once wouldst lose? Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 3. Even by the rule of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give himself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile, for fear of what might fall, so to prevent the term of life, arming myself with patience to stay the providence of those high powers that govern us below. Julius Caesar, Act 5, Scene 1. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Scripture Themes in Shakespeare. Temptation. Had he been Adam, he had tempted Eve. Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. Devils soonest tempt, resembling spirits of light. Love's Labor, Act 4, Scene 3. How oft the sight of means to do ill deeds makes ill deeds done. King John, Act 4, Scene 2. 'Tis one thing to be tempted, another thing to fall. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 1. Shall I be tempted of the devil thus? Aye, if the devil tempt thee to do good. Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. The devil tempts thee here, in likeness of a new, untrimmed bride. King John, Act 3, Scene 1. Withhold thine indignation, mighty heaven, and tempt us not to bear above our power. King John, Act 5, Scene 6. Know'st thou not any whom corrupting gold would tempt unto a close exploit of death? Richard III, Act 4, Scene 2. Sometimes we are devils to ourselves when we will tempt the frailty of our powers, presuming on their changeful potency. Troilus and Cressida, Act 4, Scene 4. It is hypocrisy against the devil, they that mean virtuously, and yet do so. The devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven. Othello, Act 4, Scene 1. For I am that way going to temptation, where prayers cross. Footnote. The petition of the Lord's Prayer, lead us not into temptation, is here considered as crossing or intercepting the way in which Angelo was going. He was exposing himself to temptation by the appointment for the morrow's meeting. From Hudson's Notes on Shakespeare. Returning to the text. The tempter or the tempted, who sins most? Ha! Not she, nor doth she tempt, but it is I, that lying by the violet in the sun do, as the carrion, not as the flower, corrupt with virtuous season. Can it be that modesty may more betray our sense than woman's likeness? Having waste ground enough, shall we desire to raise the sanctuary and pitch our evils there? Oh, fie, fie, fie! What dost thou, or what art thou, Angelo? Dost thou desire her foully for those things that make her good? Oh, let her brother live. Thieves for their robbery have authority when judges steal themselves. What, do I love her, that I desire to hear her speak again and feast upon her eyes? What is't I dream on? O cunning enemy that, to catch a saint with saints, dost bait thy hook. Most dangerous is that temptation that doth goad us on to sin in loving virtue. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Love is familiar. Love is a devil. There is no evil angel but love. Yet Samson was so tempted, and he had an excellent strength. Yet was Solomon so seduced, and he had a very good wit. Love's Labor, Act 1, Scene 2. Testimony of the Dying. Oh, but they say the tongues of dying men enforce attention, like deep harmony. Where words are scarce, they are seldom spent in vain. For they breathe truth that breathe their words in pain. He that no more must say is listened more than they whom youth and ease have taught to glose. More are men's ends marked than their lives before. Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. Heaven has an end in all. Yet you that hear me, this from a dying man receive as certain. Where you are liberal of your loves and counsels, be sure you be not loose. For those you make friends and give your hearts to, when they once perceive the least rub in your fortunes, fall away like water from ye, never found again, but when they mean to sink ye. All good people pray for me. I must now forsake ye. The last hour of my long, weary life is come upon me. Farewell. God forgive me. Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 1. Treason, treachery, betrayal. Trust not him that hath once broken faith. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 4, Scene 4. Treason and murder, ever kept together, as two yoke devils sworn to either's purpose. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. My name be yoked with his that did betray the best. Winter's Tale, Act 1, Scene 2. Footnote. The folio gives the word best with a capital letter. The allusion is to Judas's betrayal of Jesus. Returning to the text. Heaven guide thy pen to print thy sorrows plain, that we may know the traitors and the truth. Titus Andronicus, Act 4, Scene 1. Since God so graciously hath brought to light this dangerous treason. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. A kissing traitor, how art thou proved, Judas? Love's Labor, Act 5, Scene 2. Hath into monstrous habits put the graces that once were his, and is become as black as if besmeared in hell. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 2. And by the grace of God and this mine arm, to prove him, in defending of myself, a traitor to my God. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3. Thus do all traitors, if their purgation did consist in words, they are as innocent as grace itself. As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 3. His treasons will sit blushing in his face, not able to endure the sight of day, but, self-affrighted, tremble at his sin. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Like a traitor coward, sluiced out his innocent soul through streams of blood, which blood, like sacrificing Abel's, cries, even from the tongueless caverns of the earth. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. This word rebellion, it had froze them up as fishes are in a pond. But now the bishop turns insurrection to religion, supposed sincere and holy in his thoughts. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. I well remember the favors of these men. Were they not mine? Footnote. See Features. Returning to the text. Did they not sometime cry, All hail to me? So Judas did to Christ. But he, in 12, found truth in all but one. Richard II, Act 4, Scene 1. What I speak, my body shall make good upon this earth, or my divine soul answer it in heaven. Thou art a traitor and a miscreant, too good to be so, and too bad to live. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 1. If ever I were a traitor, my name be blotted from the book of life, and I from heaven banished as from hence. But what thou art, heaven, thou, and I do know. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3. I promised you redress of these same grievances whereof you did complain, which, by mine honor, I will perform with a most Christian care. But for you, rebels, look to taste the due meat for rebellion. Heaven, and not we, hath safely fought today. Some guard these traitors to the block of death, treason's true bed, and yielder up of breath. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 2. King Henry. Thus ever did rebellion find rebuke. Did we not send grace, pardon, and terms of love to all of you? And wouldst thou turn our offers contrary? Misuse the tenor of thy kinsman's trust? 3 knights upon our party slain today, a noble earl and many a creature else, had been alive this hour, if, like a Christian, thou hadst truly borne betwixt our armies true intelligence. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 5. At what ease might corrupt minds procure knaves as corrupt to swear against you? Such things have been done. You are potently opposed, and with a malice of as great size. Ween, or think you of better luck, I mean in perjured witness, than your master, whose minister you are, whilst here he lived upon this naughty earth? Henry VIII, Act 5, Scene 1. Ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature! Thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knewst the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightst have coined me into gold, wouldst thou have practiced on me for thy use? May it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? 'Tis so strange that, though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder ever kept together, as 2 yoke devils sworn to either's purpose, working so grossly in a natural course that admiration did not whoop at them. But thou, 'gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder. And whatsoever cunning fiend it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously, hath got the voice in hell for excellence, and other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation with patches, colors, and with forms, being fetched from glistening semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee, bade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Show men dutiful? Why, so didst thou. Seem they grave and learned? Why, so didst thou. Come they of noble family? Why, so didst thou. Seem they religious? Why, so didst thou. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. Truth. Truth hath a quiet breast. Richard II, Act 1, Scene 3. Truth loves open dealing. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 1. Truth makes all things plain. Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 5, Scene 1. Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. Delight no less in truth than life. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Truth hath better deeds than words to grace it. 2 Gentlemen, Act 2, Scene 2. There is no time so miserable but a man may be true. Timon of Athens, Act 4, Scene 3. To thine own self be true, and it must follow, as night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Methinks the truth should live from age to age, as 'twere retailed to all posterity, even to the general, all-ending day. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 1. 'Tis not the many oaths that make the truth, but the plain, single vow, that is vowed true. What is not holy, that we swear not by, but take the highest to witness. All's well, Act 4, Scene 2. I can teach thee to shame the devil by telling truth. Tell truth and shame the devil. If thou hast power to raise him, bring him hither, and I'll be sworn I have power to shame him hence. Oh, while you live, tell truth and shame the devil. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1. Truth is truth to the end of reckoning. Do not banish reason for inequality, but let your reason serve to make the truth appear where it seems hid, and hide the false seems true. Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Virtue, chastity. Virtue is choked with foul ambition. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. A heart unspotted is not easily daunted. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 1. He lives in fame that died in virtue's cause. Titus Andronicus, Act 1, Scene 2. Virtue is bold, and goodness never fearful. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. In nature there's no blemish but the mind. None can be called deformed but the unkind. Virtue is beauty, but the beauteous evil are empty trunks, or flourished by the devil. Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 4. Our remedies oft in ourselves do lie, which we ascribe to heaven. All's well, Act 1, Scene 1. Virtue, as it never will be moved, though lewdness court it in shape of heaven. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Virtue itself turns vice, being misapplied, and vice, sometimes by action, dignified. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 3. Virtue that transgresses is but patched with sin, and sin that amends is but patched with virtue. Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5. My chastity is the jewel of our house, bequeathed down from many ancestors, which were the greatest obloquy in the world in me to lose. All's well, Act 4, Scene 2. If any wretch have put this in your head, let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse. For if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. Thyself and thy belongings are not thine own so proper as to waste thyself upon thy virtues, them on thee. Heaven doth with us, as we with torches do, not light them for ourselves. For if our virtues did not go forth of us, 'twere all alike as if we had them not. Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 1. Were I under the terms of death, the impression of keen whips I'd wear as rubies, and strip myself to death as to a bed that longing had been sick for, ere I'd yield my body up to shame. Better it were a brother died at once than that a sister, by redeeming him, should die forever. Then, Isabel, live chaste, and brother die. More than our brother is our chastity. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. But heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whate'er thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy looks should nothing thence but sweetness tell. How like Eve's apple doth thy beauty grow, if thy sweet virtue answer not thy show. They that have the power to hurt and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who, moving others, are themselves as stone. Unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow, they rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. They are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. Sonnet, stanzas 93 and 94. I held it ever. Virtue and cunning were endowments greater than nobleness and riches. Careless heirs may the two latter darken and expend, but immortality attends the former, making a man a god. Pericles, Act 3, Scene 2. Let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was. For beauty, wit, high birth, vigor of bone, desert and service, love, friendship, charity are subjects all to envious and calumniating time. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. Virtuous and holy, chosen from above, by inspiration of celestial grace, to work exceeding miracles on earth. I never had to do with wicked spirits, but you that are polluted with your lusts, stained with the guiltless blood of innocence, corrupt and tainted with 1,000 vices. Because you want the grace that others have, you judge it straight a thing impossible to encompass wonders, but by the help of devils. No, misconceived Joan of Arc hath been a virgin from her tender infancy, chaste and immaculate in very thought, whose maiden blood, thus rigorously effused, will cry for vengeance at the gates of heaven. Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. The hand that hath made you fair hath made you good. The goodness that is cheap in beauty makes beauty brief in goodness. But grace being the soul of your complexion, should keep the body of it ever fair. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. War. There are few die well that die in a battle. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. The peace of heaven is theirs that left their swords in such a just and charitable war. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. Richard that robbed the lion of his heart and fought the holy wars in Palestine. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. How you awake the sleeping sword of war, we charge you in the name of God. Take heed. Henry V, Act 1, Scene 2. O war, thou son of hell, whom angry heavens do make their minister, throw in the frozen bosoms of our part hot coals of vengeance. Let no soldier fly. He that is truly dedicate to war hath no self-love, nor he that loves himself hath not essentially, but by circumstance, the name of valor. O let the vile world end. Henry VI, Part 2, Act 5, Scene 2. Now let not nature's hand keep the wild flood confined. Let order die, and let this world no longer be a stage to feed contention in a lingering act. But let one spirit of the firstborn Cain reign in all bosoms, that, each heart being set on bloody courses, the rude scene may end, and darkness be the barrier of the dead. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war. Richard III, Act 5, Scene 2. You, Lord Archbishop, whose see is by a civil peace maintained, whose beard the silver hand of peace hath touched, whose learning and good letters peace hath tutored, whose white investments figure innocence, the dove and very blessed spirit of peace. Wherefore do you so ill translate yourself, out of the speech of peace that bears such grace, into the harsh and boisterous tongue of war? Turning your books to graves, your ink to blood, your pens to lances, and your tongue divine to a loud trumpet and report of war? Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 1. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand, shall range with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass your fresh, fair virgins, and your flowering infants. What is it then to me, if impious war, arrayed in flames like to the prince of fiends, do with his smirched complexion all fell feats inlinked to waste and desolation? What is it to me, when you yourselves are cause, if your pure maidens fall into the hand of hot and forcing violation? What rein can hold licentious wickedness when down the hill he holds his fierce career? The blind and bloody soldier, with foul hand, defile the locks of your shrill, shrieking daughters. Your fathers taken by the silver beards, and their most reverend heads dashed to the walls. Your naked infants spitted upon pikes, whilst the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds, as did the wives of Jewry at Herod's bloody hunting slaughtermen. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 3. If I demand what rub or what impediment there is, why that the naked, poor, and mangled piece, dear nurse of arts, plenty, and joyful birth, should not in this best garden of the world, our fertile France, lift up her lovely visage? Alas, she hath from France too long been chased, and all her husbandry doth lie on heaps, corrupting in its own fertility. Her vine, the merry cheerer of the heart, unpruned dies. Her hedges, even pleached, like prisoners wildly overgrown with hair, put forth disordered twigs. And as our vineyards, fallows, meads, and hedges, defective in their natures, grow to wildness, even so our houses and ourselves and children have lost or do not learn for want of time the sciences that should become our country, but grow like savages, as soldiers will that nothing do but meditate on blood, to swearing and stern looks, diffused attire, and everything that seems unnatural. Henry V, Act 5, Scene 2. This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day nor night. Now sways it this way, like a mighty sea forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the selfsame sea forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind, now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors breast to breast, yet neither conqueror nor conquered. So is the equal poise of this fell war. Here on this molehill will I sit me down. To whom God will, there be the victory. If God's good will were so, for what is in this world but grief and woe? Who's this? O God, it is my father's face, whom in this conflict I unawares have killed. O heavy times, begetting such events! Pardon me, God, I knew not what I did, and pardon, Father, for I knew not thee. My tears shall wipe away these bloody marks, and no more words till they have flowed their fill. O piteous spectacle, O bloody times, whilst lions war and battle for their dens, poor harmless lambs abide their enmity. Weep, wretched man, I'll aid thee, tear for tear. And let our hearts and eyes, like civil war, be blind with tears, and break or charged with grief. Is this a foeman's face? Ah, no, 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 it is mine only son. Ah, boy, if any life be left in thee, throw up thine eye. See, see what showers arise, blown with the windy tempest of my heart upon thy wounds, that kill mine eye and heart. O pity, God, this miserable age. What stratagems, how fell, how butcherly, erroneous, mutinous, and unnatural, this deadly quarrel daily doth beget. O boy, thy father gave thee life too soon, and hath bereft thee of thy life too late. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 5. Footnote. The dreadful incidents of war are most graphically portrayed in this scene. Especially pathetic are the above passages in which a son discovers his father whom he has slain, and a father discovers that he has killed his only son. Returning to the text. There's not a soldier of us all that in the thanksgiving before meat doth relish the petition well that prays for peace. Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 2. There is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it comes to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some, peradventure, have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder. Some, making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beetle. War is his vengeance. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Wealth, ill-gotten, hoarded. See gold. If thou art rich, thou art poor. For like an ass whose back with ingots bows, thou bear'st thy heavy riches but a journey, and death unloads thee. Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. Didst thou never hear that things ill-got had ever bad success? And happy always was it for that son whose father for his hoarding went to hell? I'll leave my son my virtuous deeds behind, and would my father had left me no more. For all the rest is held at such a rate as brings 1,000-fold more care to keep than in possession any jot of pleasure. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 2, Scene 2. Those that much covet are with gain so fond that what they have not, that which they possess, they scatter and unloose it from their bond, and so by hoping more they have but less, or gaining more, the profit of excess is but to surfeit, and such griefs sustain that they prove bankrupt in this poor rich gain. The aim of all is but to nurse the life with honor, wealth, and ease in waning age. And in this aim there is such thwarting strife that one for all, or all for one, we gauge, as life for honor in fell battles rage. Honor for wealth, and oft that wealth doth cost the death of all, and all together lost. So that in venturing ill we leave to be the things we are, for that which we expect, and this ambitious foul infirmity in having much torments us with defect of that we have. So then we do neglect the thing we have, and, all for want of wit, make something nothing by augmenting it. Lucrece, stanzas 21 and 22. What win I if I gain the thing I seek? A dream, a breath, a froth of fleeting joy. Who buys a minute's mirth to wail a week, or sells eternity to get a toy? For one sweet grape, who will the vine destroy? Or what fond beggar, but to touch the crown, would with the scepter straight be stricken down? Lucrece, stanza 31. Woman, see marriage. She hath all courtly parts, more exquisite than ladies, woman. From every one the best she hath, and she, of all compounded, outsells them all. Cymbeline, Act 3, Scene 5. Women are frail too, aye, as the glasses where they view themselves, which are as easy broke as they make forms. Women, help, heaven! Men their creation mar in profiting by them. Nay, call us 10 times frail, for we are as soft as our complexions are, and credulous to false prints. Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. She never told her love, but let concealment, like a worm in the bud, feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought. She sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? We men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love. Twelfth Night, Act 2, Scene 4. Let me speak myself, since virtue finds no friends. A wife, a true one? A woman, I dare say without vain glory, never yet branded with suspicion? Have I, with all my full affections, still met the king? Loved him next heaven, obeyed him, been out of fondness superstitious to him, almost forgot my prayers to content him? Bring me a constant woman to her husband, one that ne'er dreamed a joy beyond his pleasure, and to that woman, when she has done most, yet will I add an honor, a great patience. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 1. The world. Oh, wicked, wicked world. Merry Wives, Act 2, Scene 1. Oh, how full of briars is this working day world. As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 3. The world's grown honest, then is doomsday near. Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Those mysteries which heaven will not have earth to know. Coriolanus, Act 4, Scene 2. The world has grown so bad that wrens make prey where eagles dare not perch. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. World, world, O world, but that thy strange mutations make us hate thee, life would not yield to age. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 1. I am in this earthly world, where to do harm is often laudable, to do good sometime accounted dangerous folly. Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 2. Why, this is the world's soul, and just of the same piece is every flatterer's part. Timon of Athens, Act 3, Scene 2. The world is but a word. Were it all yours to give it in a breath, how quickly were it gone? Timon, Act 2, Scene 2. You have too much respect upon the world. They lose it that do buy it with much care. I hold the world but as the world a stage, where every man plays a part. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 1. This wide and universal theater presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Oh, what a world is this, when what is comely envenoms him that bears it. O good old man, how well in thee appears the constant favor of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for meed. Thou art not for the fashion of these times, where none will sweat but for promotion, and having that, do choke their service up even with the having. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world. And for because the world is populous, and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out. My brain I'll prove the female to my soul the father, and these two beget a generation of still breeding thoughts, and these same thoughts people this little world. In humors like the people of this world, for no thought is contented. The better sort, as thoughts of things divine, are intermixed with scruples, and do set the word itself against the word, as thus, Come, little ones, and then again, It is as hard to come as for a camel to thread the postern of a needle's eye. Richard II, Act 5, Scene 5. A man may see how this world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears. King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. Worldly honors and glory. See Life. Glory grows guilty of detested crimes when for fame's sake, for praise and outward part, we bend to that the working of the heart. Love's Labor, Act 4, Scene 1. Oh, the fierce wretchedness that glory brings us! Who would not wish to be from wealth exempt, since riches point to misery and contempt? Who would be so mocked with glory, or to live but in a dream of friendship? Timon, Act 4, Scene 2. By him that raised me to this careful height, I had rather be a country servant maid, than a great queen with this condition to be so baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen. Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Lo, now my glory smeared in dust and blood, my parks, my walks, my manners that I had even now forsake me. And of all my lands is nothing left me but my body's length. Why, what is pomp, rule, reign, but earth and dust? And, live we how we can, yet die we must. Warwick bids you all farewell, to meet in heaven. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 2. Why doth the crown lie there upon his pillow, being so troublesome a bedfellow? O polished perturbation, golden care, that keeps the ports of slumber open wide to many a watchful night, sleep with it now. Yet not so sound, and half so deeply sweet as he whose brow with homely biggin bound snores out the watch of night. O Majesty, when thou dost pinch thy bearer, thou dost sit like a rich armor worn in heat of day that scalds with safety. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally, long guard it yours. If it affect it more than as your honor and as your renown, let me no more from this obedience rise, which my most true and inward duteous spirit teacheth, this prostrate and exterior bending. Heaven witness with me, when I here came in and found no course of breath within your majesty, how cold it struck my heart. If I do feign, oh, let me in my present wildness die, and never live to show the incredulous world the noble change that I have purposed, coming to look on you, thinking you dead. I spake unto the crown as having sense, and thus upbraided it. The care on thee depending hath fed upon the body of my father. Therefore thou, best of gold, art worst of gold. Other, less fine in carat, is more precious, preserving life in medicine potable. But thou, most fine, most honored, most renowned, hast eat thy bearer up. God knows, my son, by what bypaths and indirect crooked ways I met this crown, and I myself know well how troublesome it sat upon my head. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. End of section 22 and of Book 4. Section 23 of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Shakespeare and Temperance. If, as has been said, Shakespeare was no reformer, it is true only of the man. The genius Shakespeare was not only true to the spirit of reform, but was, in advance, a prophecy of events not dreamed of by the practical world until generations after him. Shakespeare's genius, like all genius, was not bounded by the narrow and sometimes soiled limits of its messenger. Burns, for example, was truer to the truth as a poet than as a man. His noblest poems are as the voice of a prophet proclaiming against hypocrisy, cant, and vice, or as the angel song of purity and love, and are immeasurably loftier and truer than the man. If we would see the spirit of his poetic genius, we will visit with him the Cotter's Saturday Night, rather than with the man who spent more than his leisure hours in the beer house. Genius anticipates reform. Long before old prejudices are swept away and great evils are openly attacked, it foretells the coming event and foreshadows the issue of the contest. Enthusiasm incarnated fulfills the prophecy. Some day when, perhaps, the voice of the seer has long been silent and is almost forgotten, the reformer appears, and in him is the incarnation of the great past foretelling. In Shakespeare's day, there was no thought of a social uprising based upon the practice of abstinence from the use of intoxicating liquors as beverages. Yet the genius of the dramatist was contemporary, in advance, with Lyman Beecher, Frederick R. Lees, and John B. Gough, 200 years before those temperance apostles were born. Not even modern temperance literature, or the most impassioned speech of the present-day orator, has ever spoken in terms of more uncompromising condemnation of strong drink, and nowhere can be found finer testimony of the advantages of temperance than is given in some of the plays of Shakespeare. Of course, in these great works, which present all the passions and emotions of the human race, as upon the stage, there are to be found words in praise of wine, and even of debauchery and gross vice. But such praise is from the mouths of men whose words condemn the thing they praise. Falstaff, for example, is a representative of that class of men who glory in the revels of feasting, drinking, and debauchery, who seem to be merry only in the gratification of their sensuous nature. In one of his drunken, rollicking moods, this man sounds the praise of liquor in the peculiar style of that age which Shakespeare hath so faithfully portrayed. Quote, "A good sherris sack hath a twofold operation in it. It ascends me into the brain, dries me there all the foolish and dull and cruddy vapors which environ it, makes it apprehensive, quick, forgetive, full of nimble, fiery, and delectable shapes, which, delivered o'er to the voice, the tongue, which is the birth, becomes excellent wit. The second property of your excellent sherries is the warming of the blood, which, before cold and settled, left the liver white and pale, which is the badge of pusillanimity and cowardice. But the sherries warms it and makes it coarse from the inwards to the parts extreme. It illuminateth the face, which, as a beacon, gives warning to all the rest of this little kingdom man to arm. And then the vital commoners and inland petty spirits muster me all to their captain, the heart, who, great and puffed up with this retinue, doth any deed of courage, and this valor comes of sherries. So that skill in the weapon is nothing without sack, for that sets it a work, and learning a mere hoard of gold kept by a devil, till sack commences it in act and use. If I had 1,000 sons, the first principle I would teach them should be to forswear thin potations, and addict themselves to sack. Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 3. No one having any regard for his reputation would venture to quote with approval a doctrine that would make it a first principle of life to teach our sons how to get drunk. But to those who will study Shakespeare's full-length portrait of this singular specimen of humorous dishonor and corruption, there is no need of warning. Consistent with the Falstaff character is the following absurd tirade on the subject of honor. Can honor set to a leg? No. Or an arm? No. Or take away the grief of a wound? No. Honor hath no skill in surgery, then? No. What is honor? A word. What is that word, honor? Air. A trim reckoning. Who hath it? He that died o' Wednesday. Doth he feel it? No. Doth he hear it? No. Is it insensible then? Yes, to the dead. But will it not live with the living? No. Why? Detraction will not suffer it. Therefore I'll none of it. Honor is a mere scutcheon, and so ends my catechism. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 1. Fools make a mock at sin, but with the end comes judgment. King Henry IV answers Falstaff's overly friendly salute thus: I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. How ill white hairs become a fool and jester. I have long dreamed of such a kind of man, so surfeit swelled, so old and so profane. But, being awake, I do despise my dream. Make less thy body hence, and more thy grace. Leave gormandizing. No, the grave doth gape for thee thrice wider than for other men. King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 3, Scene 5. Human language has never been framed in a more forceful indictment of strong drink as a factor of the greatest crimes than is found in the plays of Macbeth and Othello. When the magnitude of his contemplated crime produces in Macbeth a fear of failure, the use of drink as a potent agent is thus suggested by his guilty partner, Lady Macbeth. When Duncan is asleep, his 2 chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince, footnote meaning overpower, returning to the text, that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only. Footnote, meaning alembic, a glass used for distilling. Returning to the text, when in swinish sleep their drenched natures lie as in a death, what cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy officers, who shall bear the guilt of our great quell? Footnote meaning murder. Returning to the text, Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Similar is the thought of the villain Iago in the play of Othello, as he exclaims, "If I can but fasten one cup upon him with that which he hath drunk to-night already, he'll be as full of quarrel and offense as my young mistress's dog." Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Following up his scheme of ruin, Iago leads the night revel and succeeds in producing in Cassio a condition of drunkenness which puts him into a quarrelsome mood. Othello is disturbed by the midnight riot and, angry with Cassio, the seeming cause of it, he dismisses him from his office. Then follows a conversation in which Iago hypocritically professes sympathetic interest in Cassio's welfare, while Cassio himself condemns his own intoxicated condition in the bitterest terms. Iago: "What, are you hurt, Lieutenant?" Cassio: "Aye, past all surgery." Iago: "Marry, heaven forbid." Cassio: "Reputation, reputation, reputation. Oh, I have lost my reputation. I have lost the immortal part of myself, and what remains is bestial. Drunk, and speak parrot, and squabble, swagger, swear, and discourse fustian with one's own shadow? O thou invisible spirit of wine, if thou hast no other name to be known by, let us call thee devil. I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly. A quarrel, but nothing wherefore. Oh, that men should put an enemy into their brains, that we should with joy, pleasance, revel, and applause transform ourselves into beasts." To which Iago, in the pretense of sincere friendship, urges Cassio to appeal to Othello for restoration to his lost position in the army, and says, "I could heartily wish this had not befallen. But since it is as it is, mend it for your good." And Cassio replies, "I shall ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard. Had I as many mouths as Hydra, such an answer would stop them all. To be a sensible man, by and by a fool, and presently a beast. Oh, strange, every inordinate cup is unblessed, and the ingredient is a devil." Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. In the play of Macbeth, several references are made to the ruinous effects of intemperance. Macduff, referring not to the intemperance of drinking only, but to the lack of self-restraint, says, "Boundless intemperance in nature is a tyranny. It hath been the untimely emptying of a happy throne, and fall of many kings." Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. Lady Macbeth thought that with wine and wassail she could so overpower the sleeping guards of Duncan. Quote, "That memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only," unquote, is endorsed by the hunting lord in the induction to the taming of the shrew. Finding a drunken tinker sleeping in the street, he says, "What's here? One dead or drunk? See he breathe?" And the answer is, "He breathes. Were he not warmed with ale, this were a bed, but cold to sleep so soundly." The Lord looks at the gross and stupid body, and exclaims, "O monstrous beast, how like a swine he lies! Grim death, how foul and loathsome is thine image!" And then he determines to play upon the intoxicated brain of the sot, and make him believe, when he awakens, that he is not Sly, the drunken tinker, but a rich lord, possessing in abundance all he can desire, having many servants to wait on his orders and obey his commands. Hardly less humorous is the attempt of Cassio to persuade himself that he is not drunk. how it calls to mind the ludicrous attempt which men sometimes made to walk straight when under the influence of drink. Do not think, gentlemen, I am drunk. This is my ancient. This is my right hand, and this is my left hand. I am not drunk now. I can stand well enough and speak well enough. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. The corrupt and enslaving nature of strong drink is illustrated in The Tempest, where the poor half-savage Caliban, who has been a kind of savage king of an island, is reduced by drink to the most abject slavery, and in this condition he avows himself the slave of the man who supplies him with liquor. He says, "I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly. I'll show thee every fertile inch of the island, and I will kiss thy foot. I prithee, be my God. I'll show thee the best springs. I'll pluck thee berries. I'll fish for thee and get thee wood." The Tempest, Act 2, Scene 2. And when, too late, the poor wretch discovers how he has been fooled, he cries, "What a thrice double ass was I to take this drunkard for a god, and worship this dull fool." The Tempest, Act 5, Scene 1. The dehumanizing effects of strong drink are fearfully portrayed in the person of the convict Barnardine in Measure for Measure. A man that apprehends death no more dreadfully but as a drunken sleep, careless, reckless, and fearless of what's past, present, or to come, insensible of mortality, and desperately mortal. Barnardine is past all hope of man, according to the provost of the jail. He is so brutalized by liquor that he has been indifferent even to the execution of the death penalty. He hath evermore had the liberty of the prison. Give him leave to escape hence, he would not. Drunk many times a day, if not many days entirely drunk, we have very oft awaked him, as if to carry him to execution, and showed him a seeming warrant for it. It hath not moved him at all. Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 2. Yet there is some soul left, even in one so deeply damned as Barnardine, for when the Friar Duke comes to bid him prepare for execution, he says, "Friar, not I. I have been drinking hard all night, and I will have more time to prepare me, or they shall beat out my brains with billets. I will not consent to die this day, that's certain." And the friar says, "A creature unprepared, unmeet for death, and to transport him in the mind he is, were damnable." Measure for Measure, Act 4, Scene 3. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia, one of Shakespeare's sweetest and brightest of women, expresses contempt for the man who drinks, and at the same time shows that a man addicted to drinking will face the devil and hell to get liquor. The scene is laid in a room in Portia's house, where she converses with her maid Nerissa upon the respective qualities of various suitors for her hand and fortune. Nerissa: "How like you the young German, the Duke of Saxony's nephew?" Portia: "Very vilely in the morning when he is sober, and most vilely in the afternoon when he is drunk. When he is best, he is a little worse than a man, and when he is worst, he is little better than a beast." Nerissa: "If he should offer to choose, and choose the right casket, you should refuse to perform your father's will, if you should refuse to accept him." Portia: "Therefore, for fear of the worst, I pray thee, set a deep glass of Rhenish wine on the contrary casket. For if the devil be within, and the temptation without, I know he will choose it. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2. The banquet scene on Pompey's galley in Antony and Cleopatra is a bacchanalian orgy. An attendant, in carrying off Lepidus, is said to bear a third part of the world. A third part, then, is drunk, says one. The French had a conceit that they were more vivacious and lively than the English, and that this difference ought to give them an advantage in battle. They attributed this difference in part to the use by the English of beer, in contrast with the wines which they used. The Constable of France says, "Dieu de Bétels, where have they this metal? Is not their climate foggy, raw, and dull, on whom, as in despite, the sun looks pale, killing their fruit with frowns? Can sodden water a drench for surrendered jades, their barley broth, decoct their cold blood to such valiant heat? And shall our quick blood, spirited with wine, seem frosty?" Henry V, Act 3, Scene 5. The worse than beastliness of drunkenness is thus referred to. Drunken desire must vomit his receipt, ere he can see his own abomination. Lucrece, stanza 97. A boy, servant to Nym, one of the rowdy followers of Falstaff, describes his master thus: "His few bad words are matched with his few bad deeds. For a never broke a man's head but his own, and that was against a post when he was drunk." Henry V, Act 3, Scene 2. In Merry Wives of Windsor, a contemptible faction, with Falstaff as their leader, is referred to, and this same Nym is one of the party. "Marry, sir, I have matters in my head against you, and against your conny-catching rascals, Bardolph, Nym, and Pistol. They carried me to the tavern and made me drunk, and afterward picked my pocket. Though I cannot remember what I did when you made me drunk, yet I am not altogether an ass. I'll ne'er be drunk whilst I live again, but in honest, civil, godly company, for this trick. If I be drunk, I'll be drunk with those that fear God, and not with drunken knaves." Merry Wives, Act 1, Scene 1. An odd conceit, surely, that one may be drunk without harm, if only in the company of the godly, those who fear God. But it illustrates a current thought of those times, and one not yet entirely obsolete. It is Nym also who contemptuously says of one of the drinking crew, "He was gotten in drink." Merry Wives, Act 1, Scene 3. In answer to the question, "What's a drunken man like?" a clown answers, "Like a drowned man, a fool, and a madman. One draught above heat makes him a fool. The second mads him, and a third drowns him." Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5. And in Romeo and Juliet we have this description: "Thou art like one of those fellows that, when he enters the confines of a tavern, claps me his sword upon the table and says, 'God send me no need of thee,' and by the operation of the second cup draws him on the drawer when indeed there is no need." The ill effects of wine and strong drink are variously described or alluded to in the following passages. "I'll heat his blood with Rhenish wine tonight." Troilus and Cressida, Act 5, Scene 1. "Thou art going to Lord Timon's feast, to see meat fill knaves, and wine heat fools." Timon of Athens, Act 1, Scene 1. "Now in madness, being full of supper and distempering draughts, upon malicious knavery dost thou come to start my quiet." Othello, Act 1, Scene 1. It seems that the idea prevailed in Shakspeare's day, as it does yet, that clemency should be extended toward one who commits a crime when drunk. For in King Henry V we have this: Enlarge the man committed yesterday that railed against our person. We consider it was excess of wine that set him on, and, on his more advice, we pardon him. Henry V, Act 2, Scene 2. We have seen, in Measure for Measure, how that the culprit was permitted to continue in a sottish condition, even when in the condemned cell, and how his drunkenness was made a plea for putting off his execution. Timon of Athens alludes to the same thought in his harangue against thieves. Rascal thieves, here's gold. Go suck the subtle blood of the grape, till the high fever seeth your blood to froth, and so 'scape hanging. Timon of Athens, Act 4, Scene 3. The custom of social drinking, and of drinking in hospitality, is thus referred to. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. I could well wish courtesy would invent some other custom of entertainment. I have drunk but 1 cup tonight, and that was craftily qualified too, and behold what innovation it makes here. I am unfortunate in the infirmity, and dare not task my weakness any more. Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. To my mind, though I am native here and to the manner born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance. This heavy-head revel, east and west, makes us traduced and taxed of other nations. They clepe us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our addition. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. The splendid advantages of a temperate life to health and morals is nobly set forth in the language of good old Adam in As You Like It. The old hero says, Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty, for in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter, frosty but kindly. As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. This reminds us forcibly of Milton. Oh, madness to think use of strongest wines and strongest drinks our chief support of health, when God with these forbidden made choice to rear his mighty champion strong above compare, whose drink was only from the liquid brook. Samson Agonistes. Shakespeare further testifies of the virtues of temperance. Ask God for temperance. That's the appliance only which your disease requires. Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. The following words addressed by Hamlet to his mother refer to another evil than that of drinking, but are equally applicable to the virtue and power of abstinence of strong drink. Refrain, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy. For use almost can change the stamp of nature and master the devil, or throw him out with wondrous potency. Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. This also is a tribute to the value of temperance. For aught I see, they are as sick that surfeit with too much, as they that starve with nothing. It is no small happiness, therefore, to be seated in the mean. Superfluity comes sooner by white hairs, but competency lives longer. Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2. To the praise of water as a beverage, we have this passage, which makes an admirable sentiment or toast at a feast. Here's that which is too weak to be a sinner, honest water which ne'er left man in the mire. Timon of Athens, Act 1, Scene 2. Thus, Shakespeare witnessed against the use of strong drink on all the grounds of experience, physiology, and morals, and recognized with high approval the practice of abstinence, long before any organized society for that purpose was in existence. The poet Cowper went still further. He saw the evil not only in the use and customs of society, but also in the chief cornerstone of the whole devil's structure of the drinking system, the licensed saloon, and he satirized the iniquitous system thus: "The excise is fattened with the rich result of all this riot, the 10,000 casks forever dribbling out their base contents, touched by the Midas finger of the state, bleed gold for Parliament to vote away. Gloriously drunk, obey the important call. Her cause demands the assistance of your throats. Ye all can swallow, and she asks no more." End of Book 5 and of The Bible in Shakespeare by William Burgess.